Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the California ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the 2023 Interconnection Process Enhancements Track 2 Working Group meeting. My name is Caitlin McGee, representing the Stakeholder Affairs Group here at the ISO, and I'll be helping facilitate today's meeting. I'm also joined by Danielle Mills, Principal of Infrastructure Policy, Bob Emmert, Senior Manager of Interconnection Resources, and Jason Foster, Manager of Queue Management. As a reminder, the presentation and agenda for this meeting is posted to the Policy Initiatives webpage. You can find that under the Stay Informed tab of the California ISO's website. Before we get started, a few housekeeping reminders. This call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. These are collaborative working groups. We intend to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives, but we also ask that you keep comments professional and respectful and try to refrain from repeating what has already been said. And if you want to ask questions or make comments throughout today's meeting, there's a few ways you can do that. If you're connected to the audio through your computer using the Call Me option, you can click the raise hand icon down at the bottom right in the toolbar. If you're joining us through an audio-only line, you can press #2, and that'll add you to the queue. And you can also send your comment or question in the chat, and I will read it aloud for you today. But please remember to state your name and affiliation before making your comment. If you need any technical assistance today during the call, you can send a chat to the event producer, and they'll help you out. So here's the agenda for today. We have a full day. We're planning on going till 4 p.m. today with a few breaks. Danielle will kick us off with a bit of a review from our last working group meeting, walking through the principles and problem statements that were discussed, the process for framing our proposals and solutions with the group, and then we'll take a quick break. Then we'll hand it over to Bob to discuss the ISO's proposed concepts for intake, discuss queue management issues, data needs and viability, and we'll close it out with next steps and the initiative schedule as well. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. This is an overview of CISO's policy initiative stakeholder process. And again, you can see we're at the very beginning of this, starting with our discussion paper and working groups, really with the intention to help with the development of a straw proposal. So again, at the beginning of the proposal development piece of this process. And also, as discussed in our last working group meeting, a quick overview of the working group structures, right? These are a little bit different than some of our typical stakeholder calls. We have a few of us kind of acting as facilitator, and our scribe, Salim, will be helping out today, making sure she's capturing a lot of our comments and next steps. And Joanne Serena acting as our working group coordinator. But what we really want to highlight, again, is the stakeholders here participating, our working group participants, really acting as those who are providing ideas, proposals, helping us vet options for consideration, and providing input throughout the process. So with that, I'll hand it over to Danielle Mills. She'll take us through the objectives of today's meeting.
Caitlin. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. Feels like we're making good progress in this marathon process. So a couple of objectives for today. First, we're going to just kind of review the progress that we've made in the last 2 work group sessions by reviewing the principles and the problem statements that you all helped us craft. I think, we do have a little bit of time set for those. I think we've received a little bit more feedback informally just on some new principles and problem statements, but it's very close to what is reflected in the document that was posted last night. So we'll just spend a little bit of time reviewing those, but then we really want to move into some solutions. So we want to begin to explore the ISO proposed concepts for intake, as well as further explore some of the queue management pain points and proposed concepts on that. So Bob and Jason will take us through those. As I said, now that we've kind of gotten through most of the discussion around the principles and problem statements, we want to start to get your feedback on the concepts that we have proposed. And then we'll plan to spend some time at the next work group taking some feedback from all of you and some suggested proposals from all of you. So today's the opportunity to provide feedback on the content and the proposals in the discussion paper. We also, as we talked about at the end of last week's work group meeting, want to spend some time getting your feedback on data needs, whether that's new data or just sort of reframing some of the data with more consistent metrics and things like that, as well as viability, both for intake and queue management reform. So some of that may come through in the discussion around the ISO proposed concepts, but we also want to make sure that we're talking through those issues independently too and taking those seriously. And then finally, we want to get some feedback from you on next steps for the working group and the initiative more broadly. I know we've heard calls for specifics in terms of upcoming dates and deadlines and milestones. I will be honest with you, it's incredibly difficult for us to figure out how to appropriately pace this proceeding just because we know that there's a lot of work to do and we want to keep it manageable for all of you as well as for the ISO staff, but still be pretty aggressive in terms of the time frame. So we'd love to hear some feedback from you about how we can kind of strike that balance. Next slide, please. Okay, and actually, if you can go back to the last slide, before we jump into the principles, just stop for a minute and see if there's any feedback on the objectives for today's meeting or any process questions.
Again, folks, if you want to make a comment or question, you can click the raise hand icon at the bottom right of the screen, or drop your comment or question into the chat and I'll read it out for you.
I didn't see any questions currently in queue.
Okay. Then we can move on to the principles. So these should be pretty familiar. We read these at the end of the last work group and I think have made a few refinements to address any outstanding issues on these. Happy to take comments one more time, but again, we want to make sure that we leave a lot of time for discussion of concepts and proposals. So the first principle is prioritizing interconnection in zones where transmission capacity exists or new transmission has been approved, while providing opportunities to identify and provide alternative points for interconnection upgrades. Pause there, see if there are any questions. Okay.
No
the
questions.
second. Did you say you do have a question, Caitlin?
No, go ahead, no questions.
The second is ensure meaningful study results that take into account system capacity, resource planning, and procurement. And we clarified here that resource planning includes the CEC, CPUC, and other local regulatory authorities engaged in these activities. So thank you for giving us the clarifications that we need to make sure everyone is included in this. All right, our third principle is to align interconnection and transmission plan deliverability processes with resource procurement functions. Our fourth is to enhance the procedures, including contracting and queue management procedures, for ensuring projects proceed to commercial operation and determine how to appropriately handle those that are not. Our fifth principle is to enhance the interconnection process's ability to support the procurement necessary to meet the CPUC resource portfolios and the CEC's SB 100 portfolios and portfolios established by non-CPUC jurisdictional LRAs. And our sixth principle on the screen is to enhance public awareness and accessibility of data and information to support and enable the above principles.
We do have a hand raised. Susan Schneider with Phoenix Consulting.
You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just want to say 5 and 2 just seem a little bit overlapping. If you wanted to consolidate those, you probably could, but otherwise, that's not a strong opinion, just a suggestion.
It's a good point. I think for now, just to make that point extra clear, we'll probably leave it. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And then I did, oh, sorry, just real quick, Caitlin, I also wanted to add, maybe to preempt one of the comments, that we did receive a suggestion at the end of the work group last week and in writing at the end of the week that we add a 7th principle, which is all parties share increased responsibility to improve the interconnection process. I think the specific suggestion specified interconnection customers, transmission providers, and the ISO. I hesitate to name every specific type of stakeholder in this process, but I think stakeholders in the ISO should share increased responsibility to improve the process. So that is something that the ISO is willing to entertain, but just wanted to put it out there for all of you to consider. And sorry, Caitlin, you can go ahead if there are other questions in the queue.
Sure, we have a couple hands raised. So let's start with Brian Turner with Advanced Energy United. Event producer, could you unmute? There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Brian Turner, Advanced Energy United. I wanted to return to a point I've raised before and just see if it's how you've considered it, if it's included here. That is the operational characteristics part of the MOU statement with the CEC and PUC. And you know, the resources that are approved as part of the CPUC's portfolio have particular generation profiles and capabilities, and I understand that maybe you can capture that later in the procurement processes and ensuring that you're aligned with what the LSCs need to satisfy their CPUC requirements. But have you considered whether it's a something to include in the principles that the CAISO approaches limiting the queue intake to those resources with those operational characteristics?
Yeah, we did look at that, Brian, and I think by emphasizing the connection or the linkage between the resource planning that occurs at the CEC, PUC, and local regulatory authorities, that's sort of, the ISO is resource agnostic as long as, you know, we're going to be able to provide the reliability and the decarbonization and the other, achieve the other objectives that are called for in these other principles. So at least I viewed that as being relatively inherent in the portfolios. And we haven't had a significant discussion around it in the work group, though. So if there is, you know, strong opinion that we need to say something about operational characteristics, we can think about how to do that. I do want to be careful, though, to make sure that it doesn't make it sound like the CAISO is preferential to a specific resource. And we do have 2 additional requirements for the reform that are not listed on the screen, but that's that we continue to ensure open access and avoid discriminatory or preferential treatment. And the second is to result in the process as manageable, meaningful, and sustainable to the ISO and stakeholders. So I think, you know, we have to be careful if we talk about operational characteristics or resource technology types to not be preferential at the same time.
Yeah, I understand that, and thank you. And we'll look at this as we go forward. I'm just curious whether we can integrate something that talks about those characteristics without being technology specific as we go forward.
Is there a specific operational characteristic?
Well, I mentioned a couple. I mean, generation profile, capacity factor, responsive dispatchability and flexibility, those kind of things.
Yeah, this is Bob Everett. I just feel like I should state that, you know, resource planning is really under purview of the CPUC, and for us to get into that realm, even if it's just a little bit, I think that it kind of makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, and we definitely would want the CPUC to buy into anything that we do. in relation to what you were suggesting. So I don't know that I'd say it's off the table, but we need to make sure the CPUC is engaged in any of those discussions related to that.
Yeah, and sorry, not to take this whole time on this, but I want to just suggest that it could be something that came out of the CPUC process, right? They're identifying specific resource types. They could identify the characteristics that they're searching for by identifying those resource types. And then that gives you the resource agnostic characteristics that could be planned for. I mean, it matters in the resulting planning process. You're planning for characteristics in the modeling.
So Brian, what I struggle with is, and this connects back to Susan's earlier point, that we already have two principles that tie the interconnection process back to the resource planning and procurement efforts of the PUC, CEC, and then the procurement entities as well. So I think that's where that issue is captured. And it does seem difficult to go beyond that, but if you want to propose some, single line text edits or something like that, we can look at it and see if there's a way to work it in.
Okay, appreciate the discussion.
Thanks.
All right, next we have Fernando Cornejo with Southern California Edison.
Fernando Cornejo with SE. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and appreciate the updates and revisions that are reflected and that have been captured as a result of our good discussion last week up in Folsom and otherwise. Just had a couple of clarifying questions on the principles. The first one is on the clause that we state, while providing opportunities to identify and provide alternative points of interconnection or upgrades. Are we in essence considering this the kind of the option B path for developers in the event that there aren't the large deliverability network upgrades, that they have the opportunity to self-fund their projects or their needed upgrades? And if so, I would recommend or put up for the group's consideration if we can add after the points of interconnection or self-funded upgrades. That's the first point or clarification I want to kind of get feedback on.
Well, Fernando, this is Bob Everett. That, when you say, does that refer to that option B that's in concept one? That's a possibility of how that could play out. That's getting into the solution space, though. So I think what we're really just trying to do is make sure that we do have, kind of a quote unquote option B for all projects, that every project has a path forward one way or another, at least to be considered, not getting into solutions, but, get into an auction process, we need to decide if that's relevant, that type of thing. But we just want to keep it really high level at this point, but just to make sure that that point is discussed, to make sure that we make a definite decision how we proceed in that area. Okay, so I think with the Kaisel Center, you're covering all potential bases, even though these are probably likely to not often be exercised or options that are not frequently pursued, if ever. Is that kind of the take here, Bob, to just kind of to keep things at a high level?
I think the objective here in crafting this principle in this way was to emphasize that we are prioritizing interconnections in the zones where there is or will be transmission capacity, but we wanted to still provide a pathway for additional points of interconnection or upgrades. The principle does not presuppose any solution. So, I agree with what Bob said, but I want to be clear that this does not get into what that's going to look like at this point. It's just making sure that the cycle of resource planning, transmission planning, interconnection, procurement is iterative, and that there are still new opportunities to interconnect or, enhance the system or improve the system.
Yeah, thanks, Danielle and Bob. I appreciate that. And just as a follow-up, if it's for transmission upgrade or network upgrades that are needed beyond those that are either in existence or that have been planned and identified through the TPP, wouldn't that by default be self-funded upgrades, or is that still a possibility where those could somehow be funded through another venue?
Yeah, I think it's to be determined.
Okay, I guess we'll hold on to that and to see how things develop. But it seems like that would almost by default would be self-funded upgrades, and if that's the case, that would be probably helpful clarification, or I think a good insert there on that principle, but we'll move off of that. The second clarifying question I had is with respect to principle 4, we say enhance procedures, comma, including contracting and queue management procedures for ensuring projects, and it goes on. Did we have other procedures beyond, including beyond the contracting and queue management procedures? And if we didn't, I would put on the for consideration or recommend that it be rewritten just to enhance the contracting and queue management procedures for ensuring projects, and it continues on just as written.
What would you suggest
I would
adding
suggest
if
just,
there are?
I would just suggest where I would just suggest enhance the contracting and queue management procedures, because I think that's all we're trying to capture, right? Because there's discussion on folks, well, it needs to involve, not just the post phase 1 or phase 2 studies, but the entirety of the contracting process and the queue management procedures once you actually are in the queue. So I think it's just a
Fernando, this is Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we originally had only contracting and queue management procedures, and there was some feedback we received that wanted to leave it a little more broad. So we left it at just procedures, right? But we narrowed it to be including contract and queue management for the purpose of just leaving a little more broad than just contracting and queue management, right? If there's an opportunity in new resource implementation or some parallel path that we don't currently foresee, we just want to leave it a little bit open.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, Jason. Thanks for the follow-up. I vaguely recall that this was someone had suggested, a stakeholder had suggested that the focus was on the post phase 2 studies, and this was like, wait a minute, let's address the study process as well as the queue management. But it sounds like you're covering potential procedures beyond that, and so I guess if that's the case, the language may make sense as it stands now. But I was looking at it more, what the focus had been, at least the way I took it from the discussion during the working groups last week, is that we're focused on contracting and queue management procedures.
That is largely the focus, but we didn't want to leave it that narrow from a principal perspective.
Okay, all right, thanks so much. Appreciate the feedback. Thanks, Bob, Danielle, and Jason.
Thanks, Fernando.
All right, let's move to Doug Karpaf with Peninsula Clean Energy.
Yeah, hi, Doug Karpaf, Peninsula Clean Energy. I apologize, I missed a step here, so I'm sort of coming in a little bit late on this. Two comments. One, I think on the prior point about technology specificity and characteristics. Yeah, I do think that there's a significant role, or like the way that can certainly come in is through the planning process, IRP and so forth. But I think one of the other aspects of it that as I recall, were in the proposals, and I apologize for missing the last working group session, looks like it's no longer in there unless I'm just missing it, is the role of LSE procurement priorities, which I think also feeds into that technology characteristic aspect. Because, for example, like if LSEs are super keen on clean firm resources and we identify, hey, we really like clean firm resources, then of course, if that's an input in here, then that will get bumped up in the planning or get more prioritized because of that's what LSEs need. And I guess I missed one. Am I correct in saying that like the role of LSEs got de-emphasized along the way? And was that accidental because like I just wasn't paying attention and forgot to mention it? Or if not, what was the thinking behind that? Because right now it reads like it's all about agency or like state agency, CEC, CPUC, and LRA planning. And of course, CCAs were agencies and are also doing a lot of planning and procurement.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. That's helpful feedback and helpful to hear kind of the perspective of someone who didn't sit through the conversations the other day. The intent was not to de-emphasize the role of procurement. I think what we wanted to do is, it's now sort of embedded in a couple of these different proposals or the principles. So I see it in number 2, number 3, and number 5. And it's not maybe as clear that the responsibility is just on LSEs. I think that's probably a discussion around solutions in terms of how LSEs might be able to indicate, you know, the direction they're headed in procurement to advance interconnection projects. That's something that we'll get into when we talk about concepts and proposals later today. But we definitely want to link the interconnection process with the procurement needs of the LSEs. And so that's why we have the linkage to the resource planning and procurement in number 2. In number 3, that's why we have the linkage with transmission plan deliverability processes and resource procurement. And in number 5, that's why we have the explicit linkage to the planning that goes on at the PUC, CEC, and the LRAs. So it is still in there, but I think the degree to which we emphasize LSE procurement directives or plans remains to be discussed in the concept.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful. Thank you very much. Yeah, and no, I think that works. I think that works, to be honest. Yeah, the sort of the concern is that, you know, of course, you know, the CEC, CPC, they have their planning processes, but when rubber meets the road and we're engaged in actual procurement, you know, we can deviate pretty far from some of those. And of course, because we have different regulatory requirements than just the CPC, because we have our own boards that tell us to do X, Y, Z, like yeah, without boring you with the details. So that I think is super helpful. And also, I guess, yeah, we'll talk about the implementation details later. So yeah, that totally works. Thanks.
Yeah, and just one final point too, I mentioned this potential 7th proposal for new principle as well, which is that all parties share increased responsibility to improve the interconnection process. That's certainly inclusive of LSEs, but you know, also includes ISO, interconnection customers, transmission providers, others.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Next up, we have Ryan Millard with Next Energy Resources.
And you may go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Yeah, this is Ryan from Nextera. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So previously, Nextera provided comments in the stakeholder meeting and in our written comments that our view is that the value of two generation developers are participating in the interconnection process has been substantially undervalued relative to the demand for CAISO grid access, and that this mismatch has resulted in a cost of participating in the queue that is comparatively low, and driving interconnection requests is a way to determine cost and schedule. I think Bob acknowledged this, but thought it might be more relevant to the problem statement. And while this may create problems, the overall principle to us seems to be that any reforms we explore need to recognize the fundamental value of transmission. And that seems missing here, and I'm still not seeing where that would be even in the problem statement. So I'm wondering where, if anywhere, that principle, which we thought was a principle, would be reflected in our exploration of reforms through this process.
Thanks, Ryan. I don't really have a place where we had talked about that explicitly, and I'm actually curious to get feedback from other stakeholders on whether that's something that we might consider adding or is inherent in something else.
Yeah, Ryan, this is Bob. I do remember the discussion, and I thought I'd ask for, you know, maybe sending us, you know, something that you would give us for language for that. I'm not sure exactly how to formulate that into a principle right off the top of my head at this moment. But I don't think we received anything, so it may have just kind of dropped off the table, but it is something that we need to make sure everybody agrees with.
So we provided the language in our comments. I guess I'm not understanding why the language we provided in our comments is not acceptable. All we basically said was, as a principle, transmission needs to be valued in a way that aligns with California's resource objectives, as it's a valuable asset available to bring resources online.
Okay, Ryan, we can take a look at that again. Is that something that you feel strongly is not covered by any of these, or if we don't have it as a principle, what is the implication of that? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, I think in the absence of that, we don't know where we're going to have an opportunity to explore reforms that are looking at the costs, the current costs associated with the interconnection process. I don't see that spelled out in these principles, and I don't see that really explicit in the problem statement. And I think that's something that should be explored.
Okay. Thanks. We can talk about it internally, but thanks for re-raising it.
Thank you.
All right. Event producer, are there any hands raised on the audio only line?
No, there are currently no hands raised on the phone only line.
Okay, then I think that's all we have for questions at this time.
Okay. All right, and then Jason, I see the chat. If you would like to speak on the proposed 7th principle, go ahead.
And Jason, if you do want to speak, click the raise hand icon, and we can open up the line for you. There you go. Event producer, could you unmute him? Jason, go ahead.
Jason, you're on mute. Go ahead.
Main thing I just wanted to propose.
You may be double muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you. I wanted to propose as a principle, discussed briefly at the end of the last working group, that something to the effect of interconnection customers, transmission providers, the ISO, and other stakeholders should share increasing responsibilities to improve the interconnection process. I think it's important that we acknowledge that there are ways in which we can modify what's happening and that has different responsibilities for different participants in the process. Thank you.
Jason.
We do have another raised hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Brian Fearing, go ahead.
Allison Schneider, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks. I wanted to follow on Jason's comment and second that. It does seem like the principles are very focused on the volume of interconnection requests. And there are other factors at play. The transmission owners in particular, there have been reprioritizations, there have been lack of staffing, and I know it's kind of reflected elsewhere in the principles, but I think it would be helpful to have a clear reflection from this process that there is a need for greater staffing by the transmission owners to process all of the interconnection requests. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, that's all I'm seeing for questions.
All right. Well, I think we will move on then. I realize there are a couple of kind of outstanding questions that we can get back to stakeholders on. But for now, I think we've got this solid list of principles. As I said at the beginning of this slide, I do think we're inclined to take the principle and all parties sharing increased responsibility to improve the process. That includes the ISO. And then the others that were just discussed, we'll take back and discuss over a break and get back to everyone on. So with that, let's go to the next slide. And are we ready to jump in? Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so these are the problem statement points that came out of the discussion on the IR intake. Within the paper, we did develop a problem statement paragraph describing it more in textual language, but I personally kind of like these bullet points or these numbers to be able to reference them easily as we go through the process. We want to make sure that we reference this often as we're going through our discussion, so I guess I kind of like this format. So that's the way I'm going to present it, at least here. So to go through this, all of these are items that were, I think, pretty thoroughly discussed within the last working group meetings, other than item number 8. That was a new one that was added. So hopefully you've taken a look at that and thought about that wording to make sure it meets what the intent was of the folks that brought that up. So just to go through these quickly, the first one is the unsustainable increase of interconnection requests has overwhelmed the get out. Pretty straightforward. Would anybody have any comments on that one? And the next one is, what's that? I'm sorry?
Oh, just saying, I don't see any hands.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. Increase in interconnection requests has overwhelmed critical planning and engineering resources across the industry. And that kind of takes into account the problem that was addressed by the last commenter. I'm thinking that comment was more in the realm of, increasing staff is as a principle. I think that's really more of a solution, but we do capture the problem here that the existing staff cannot handle the level of interconnection requests that we're receiving now.
We do have a question from Susan Schneider with Phoenix Consulting.
Yeah, hi. Hi. I just wanted to say, it seems to me like number 1, 2, and 3 are pretty much the same thing. And so you probably could, again, not just a suggestion, not a super strong opinion, but it seems like you're pretty much saying the same thing, just in 3 different ways. Especially 1 and 3, but anyway, just a suggestion.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, but I think there is just some utility in having kind of look at them a little bit different angle of the same idea, especially since, staffing comes up as an issue quite often. So having that as a specific problem, statement, I think is valuable.
Right, no, that's fine. But 1 and 3 especially seem pretty much to be saying the same thing. So anyway, just again, just a suggestion.
Okay, well, thanks, Susan. And then okay, go ahead.
We just had a comment in the chat from Jason Buren with GridStore, just saying interconnection process stages and timelines are increasingly in conflict with project siting and permitting timelines, particularly near load centers. That's it for now.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll take it as advisement at this point. Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more, see if there's maybe some way we can enhance the principle related to that, or excuse me, problem statement. Okay, number 4 is study results lose accuracy, meaning, and utility when the level of current or cluster IR capacity are multiple times the existing and planned transmission capacity in the area. Any comments on that one? Okay, next one. Lack of accurate, actionable information on the location and amounts of available interconnection and deliverability capacity prior to opening the IR window results in increased number of IRs.
We do have a comment from Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, just a clarification. Not only increase numbers of IRs, but IRs may be in the wrong place, or the places other than where you have the available capacity that you're going to prioritize.
Okay, take a note of that. Okay, number 6. The issue of project viability is widely discussed industry topic. However, project viability is not well defined and not currently considered for IR acceptance criteria in the GitApp. And an additional statement of stakeholders need to define what viability criteria is, what viability criteria is appropriate for a new IR, the point at which the viability is tested, and determine if process revisions are needed. So that's kind of a task that we need to take on along with that problem statement. So is there any comments on that?
Yes, we do have Mike Geheimer with Erevan. Go ahead.
Particulars seem to us to be in the solution space and not really appropriate for a problem statement, and it appears to presuppose that proactive removal or non-acceptance of IRs will be the solution, as opposed to establishing requirements, for example, that naturally usher out or prevent non-viable projects from being included.
Okay, I missed the very first part of your statement. Are you referring to kind of the added sub-bullet on that?
Well, really the whole thing. I mean, it seems to us that in its entirety, it's suggesting that we have to determine criteria for viable projects and then determine a way to a point at which they'll be tested and removed. And it just seems to presuppose a solution as opposed to, part of a problem statement that could be that viable projects are remaining in the queue or entering and or remaining in the queue too long. That seems to be more a problem statement than this, which again seems to be a solution.
Okay, this did receive quite a bit of discussion during the work group meetings last week, and so I thought we had pretty good consensus that everybody would like to see this. So I'm curious, does anybody else have any comments related to that?
I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay. Well, let's take another look at that.
We just got a hand raised from Fernando Cornejo. Go ahead.
Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was just going to express SE support for retaining this problem statement. I think it's critical. We're not prejudging in terms of what the actual viability criteria is, but there is at least a problem from our perspective in terms of trying to identify projects that should be prioritized for studying, and that prioritization needs to be done through some kind of commercial viability from our standpoint. And I don't want to get into solutions, but the proposed problem statement we endorse and support as you've got it written now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fernando. Okay, let's move on to number 7. Technology solutions to enhance the IR intake, validation, and study process may exist and should be explored for opportunities to increase process efficiencies and reduce time and staff requirements.
Looks like no comments.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is timelines for design and construction of interconnection. Customer required upgrades continue to increase, negatively impacting achievable CODs.
No comments.
All right. Well, maybe we open it to any general comment before we move to the next slide.
We do have Igor Grinberg with PG&E. Go ahead.
From PG&E, also want to just voice our support, echoing Fernando's comments for generally these 8 points you've laid out here. So we support them as well.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, this is Jason. Can we please go to the next slide? All right, for problem statement number 2, we did revise the paragraph. I think if you compared them next to each other, they look significantly different. Really what we did is shifted some of the sentences around and just added some clarification in the words and verbiage. So I'll go ahead and read this aloud, and then I think the second element to this problem statement, as we posted in the paper that we published on Friday, there's a number of pain points and sort of questions outstanding of what we could evaluate in some of the solution and solving of these problems. So the revised statement says, following the study process, a number of projects in the interconnection queue do not proceed to commercial operation as expected. And this includes examples of delaying executing a GIA or meeting contract milestones. And then projects remain in the queue without indication of their intent to proceed to contracting or construction. The current processes for managing the queue presents certain challenges for projects proceeding to commercial operation. For example, modifications, limited operation studies, or commercial viability criteria, and challenges for the ISO's enforcement of projects that are not proceeding to commercial operation. Lastly, there's a lack of common understanding of what it means for a project to maintain viability as it moves through the stages of achieving commercial operation.
We do have a hand up from Susan Schneider, if you're ready for comments.
Yes. Hi,
All
Susan.
right, let's move to Susan.
Hi, yeah, this is Susan. Just again, my same nit I suggested last time. In the first parenthetical statement where you have e.g. delay executing a GIA, the second thing should be not meeting contract milestones or delay meeting contract, or do you mean the delay would be meeting contract milestones? It's, you know, yeah. You're trying to say basically these are things they're not doing.
That's correct. Yeah, I agree, and we'll make that adjustment.
Just a clarification, very minor. Thanks very much.
Yeah, that's great.
Let's move to Mike Geheimer with Erevan.
Thanks. This is Mike Geheimer with Erevan again. I just was wanting clarification. What do you mean when you say ISO's enforcement of projects? What do you mean by enforcement, I guess, is the real question.
Yeah, so it's referring to the challenges of projects proceeding to commercial operation, right? We made the statement towards the end of last week's conversation that the ISO's job and responsibility, including the interconnection resources team, queue management, and all of us combined on this call, you know, it's our job and responsibility to help projects proceed to commercial operation and come online and help satisfy all of the policies and things we have in place within the state. It's also our responsibility to help enforce the policies when projects are not proceeding as expected per se, right? And so there's challenges to the ISO's enforcement of those projects that are not proceeding as they should be or progressing along the milestones or whatever the case might be. And certainly more to be discussed there, but we're just talking about that ISO's enforcement when projects are not proceeding as they should or could be.
All right. Mike, is that all for your comments?
Yes, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. That's all we have for questions and comments at this time.
All right, sounds good.
Can you go on the next slide, please? Okay, so jumping into the next portion of our agenda today, we do want to use these principles and problem statements, and understanding that there may be a few kind of loose ends we need to tie up. We do want to use these. I think what we have now is a pretty good guide of how you should frame some of your proposals. We are seeking summaries of your proposals by July 5th. Recognizing there's a long weekend in there, we did want to give you an extra day after the 4th. So we'd appreciate just a summary of proposals to the ISO stakeholder email address, and then we'll review the summaries to ensure alignment with the principles and problem statements that we just discussed. At that point, we're going to put forward a proposed agenda for July 11th, which is when we plan to hear stakeholder proposals from all of you, which will give some indication of how much time everyone has. It's hard to gauge right now, not knowing, how much time we can allocate, not knowing how many proposals we're going to have for a day-long workshop. But we'll get you that allotted time, and then make sure that we leave time for stakeholder comments and questions. And then we are anticipating taking written comments on all of the proposals. So the ISO proposed concepts that are in the discussion draft or the discussion document, as well as the stakeholder proposals that you'll hear from stakeholders on July 11th by July 25th. So that time frame is the tentative plan for us to make sure that we can keep this process moving forward at a pretty good clip. If we do hear that if we see that there's additional need for another worker meeting, we can do that, and the comments would follow that meeting. But we are hoping to get through everything on July 11th. Obviously, if we see, 25 different stakeholder proposals, we may come back to you either to see if some of you may be willing to work together to consolidate those, or if that's impossible, then we'll add another worker. So just kind of hang on with us as we sort of work through how to structure the meeting on July 11th. It would be helpful just to have an indication, even by like a show of hands, I don't know if we can do that on this, of how many different proposals we might expect to get. I know we got some indication of that in written comments a few weeks ago. But if your organization plans to submit a proposal and one of you could just raise a hand right now, that might be helpful so that we can figure out how to time things and what to expect. And Caitlin, I might ask you to keep track and report out on how many you see.
Will do.
So again, raise your hand if you plan to submit a proposal. And this is not a commitment, it's just a gauge for us. Okay. Is that 5?
Yeah, it looks like we have about 5 right now.
Okay, that's helpful. All right, thank you. Are there any questions on this process as we've walked through it?
If you do have your hand raised for that vote, go ahead and unraise your hand. We'll give you a minute to do that. And then once all of the hands are removed, if you do have a question about this or want to make a comment, it looks like we're all clear now, so go ahead and re-raise your hand if you want to make a comment or question about the stakeholder proposals. I'll give it a few seconds so folks can readjust real quick. Okay, it looks like there's no hands raised for questions on this.
We do have a question in the phone only queue.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay. Caller, your line is unmuted. You may go ahead. Caller, be sure to unmute your yourself if you're double muted. Yeah, I don't think that caller is able to. Okay, caller, are you speaking? We can't hear you if you are. Yeah, sadly, we're not able to hear that caller. Why don't you go ahead and drop something in the chat and we can address it from there.
Okay, and if there are no additional comments, we might suggest taking a 15-minute break now so that we can come back and jump into some of the proposed concepts.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'm not seeing a follow-up chat from the audio line or any other comments. So yeah, let's go ahead and break and maybe come back around 10:15, 10:17.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll be back shortly.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. If we could move to the next slide. So this is just a high-level slide just to kind of give everybody hopefully an understanding of what we're looking for through this process. I'm going to go through the 3 concepts that we put into the discussion paper, and again, to just give everybody kind of a background of how we got to those. Originally, we were thinking about putting together a straw proposal related to 3 different concepts that we were considering. And then when we decided to back off and go into the working group discussions, we decided, let's just make these concepts not really proposals or options for a proposal, and let them be kind of food for thought to further our discussion when we get into solutions. So we thought it was probably appropriate to keep that, these concepts that we had put together and allow for some level of discussions. Once we get into the discussions on the 11th, we're going to be getting into more detail of the various proposals. We're going to have proposals from stakeholders, as well as we'll be going over in more detail these proposals. At this point, we're really looking to try to get some information of really test the temperature of stakeholders, how they feel about these 3 concepts, so that we can go into the 11th with better understanding of what people are thinking related to these. I just want to be clear, we're not presupposing that our concepts or proposals are any better or have a higher priority than what stakeholders will bring forth. But since they already are out there and people have read them, we'd like to get kind of your pulse on them. What do you think about them? Are people thinking that, if you really feel strongly that this one's a non-starter for me, I don't think this particular concept should move forward, we'd like to hear that. But in order to make this simple, we're really thinking high-level concept or input, such as pros and cons that you feel you can share, and any important issues for consideration that you think are worthwhile for us to understand. And there's a bullet here at the bottom about, keep in mind that transmission plan deliverability allocation process is a critical component to each of these concepts as well as what you as stakeholders might bring forward as your proposals. So while we may not really get into we won't get into the details of these, but just keep in mind that transmission plan deliverability is going to be a critical issue in each of these concepts and everything we bring forward. So are there any questions on that before we get started?
Do you have a question from Ryan Quadro? Go ahead.
I'm looking forward to this conversation, Bob, and I'm wondering, I haven't looked ahead in your presentation, if the CAISO has any sort of summarization of the feedback you got from stakeholders from the comment set, any sort of basic, support or not support tallying that you've done. I know that there were like almost 40 sets of comments, and that's a lot.
Well, the comments related to getting into the various concepts that were proposed we're fairly short. So we were happy that people didn't get into the details. We didn't publish or post any sort of summaries related to all those. But, that's something that you all can do because all the comments are posted, and there's more than one way to you can actually print those out and do it by question if you want to do that. So it's pretty easy to be able to do that.
Okay, maybe that's something I will think about for a presentation. I was kind of hoping to have that information discussed today, but I'm sure folks will speak up. Thanks.
All right.
And then we have Brian Turner with Advanced Energy United.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Brian Turner, Advanced Energy United. I'm just wondering, Bob, or somebody else there, if you can give a little more detail what you mean about the transmission plan deliverability, what that process looks like now, what that means, what the concerns are for you as they go forward, as these proposals go forward.
Well, hopefully you understand the process as it is now and how we allocate transmission plan deliverability, and I think everybody understands just how critical that is for a project, that the load serving entities are by and large only procuring projects that have full capacity delivery status by getting an allocation of transmission plan deliverability. So that particular component is something that needs to be, we could, just kind of throw out a couple ideas. One is take the process that we use now for allocating transmission plan deliverability, keep it as is, or do some tweaks to it or adjustments to further refine it based on whatever solution we come up with for how we're going to deal with the intake and study of interconnection requests. We could also come up with something brand new, something different. But as you think about these proposals, that needs to be part of the thought process. In these discussion items or, these concepts, the first one, we actually talk about a couple different options for how we would possibly do transmission plan allocation. And, one would be we study roughly only the amount or close to the amount of available capacity in a particular zone, and then by default projects would get an allocation because we already know we're only studying that amount. Another option is to study twice as much or, some multiple of that, and then go through an allocation process, something more similar to what we've got now. So I just want to make sure that as people are considering these various concepts that that the understanding of how transmission plan deliverability might work within each concept needs to be, kind of the top of your mind as you think through them. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Brian, go ahead.
That's fine. Just wondering if there were any principles or guiding objectives to guide us in that, but that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
No, not at this time.
Okay, let's move to the next slide. So this is concept one, which is the process where we will be qualifying interconnection requests to determine which ones would be eligible to move forward and be studied for available transmission plan capacity. And then also have a path for those that don't qualify as the first priority, also have a path for projects to move forward as well. So the main point of this particular concept is to utilizing a scoring criteria for projects competing to be studied, and additional second step process might be needed. So the idea is that we would develop some sort of a matrix of way to score projects, interconnection requests that come in, and filter them down by zone to know, trying to filter them down to a level of project capacity, interconnection request project capacity, something relative to the amount of transmission plan capacity that we've got available within that zone to allocate out. That detail would have to be worked out, but that's the basic idea. And the scoring criteria would determine the placement of interconnection requests into one of two groups, Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 would be able to be studied and be eligible to seek transmission plan deliverability based on the AD&Us that are in that area, and they could move forward as full capacity delivery status projects, which are similar to the option A process that we have in the GetApp tariff at this point already. Group 2 deliverability would be based on option B criteria, where in that case, projects don't necessarily get reimbursed for the cost of deliverability network upgrades, and what they would get is an opportunity to get congestion revenue rights versus reimbursement for the DNUs. And that would still provide a path forward for both projects that may be in a zone that actually has transmission plan deliverability still available, but they were not chosen through step one. And it would also provide opportunities for projects that are seeking to interconnect in areas that don't have available capacity, transmission capacity, but still think that's a viable area for their project and they're willing to move forward as an option B project as well. So at a very high level, that's the idea behind concept one. I readily admit that looking at developing criteria that would really be able to filter, you know, looking at cluster 15 with 550 projects, could we develop criteria that would actually filter those projects down to a level that is the amount that we think is appropriate to study based on the amount of available transmission in each of the zones? That seems like that's going to be a difficult thing to do, but I think it's worth at least exploring. That's why I also talked about, you know, possibly having a second step. What if the first step doesn't get us there? What would a second step look like that could be an additional step to get us down to that level of capacity? So that's why this particular concept has a potential two-step process. The second step has yet to be defined. You know, an auction process was just thrown out there as a potential way to further filter projects down to the right numbers. But you know, if we continue to discuss this particular concept, that would be something that we'd have to discuss. So let's go ahead and open it up now to hear what people's thoughts are for pros and cons and any important issues for consideration of this particular concept.
All right, first we have Susan Schneider with Phoenix Consulting. Go ahead.
They go into pros, cons, or additional issues, but maybe this is an additional issue. LSA has put forward several times throughout the years some options for and suggestions or recommendations for improving option B and making it more attractive and workable. The reason that projects don't pick option B, other than the fact that obviously they want reimbursement and they wouldn't get it there, but there are ways to manage the risk if there is, say, 2 or 3 projects sharing option B and having security available. If some project posts security and drops out, it should be available to the other projects sponsoring the same upgrades, for example. So there are some very viable improvements that could be made to option B to make it more attractive and actually workable for projects. And I'm wondering if that might be able to be included in this process. So let me stop for a minute. I have some other things to say too, but maybe I can stop just with that particular comment.
Well, Susan, as far as I'm concerned, it's in there. Option B is is a suggestion as part of concept 1. And so I'm fully aware of, what you just commented on, and I think that's open for discussion, but that's getting down to a level of, secondary or tertiary component of this particular concept.
Well, except that option B, as it currently exists, is not workable. And so if it could be made workable, then it would be a realistic thing to include in this concept. So that's what, it's not, you can't sort of separate the fact that it's not workable the way it is from whether it's viable or possible to include here.
Well, I think the point is, let's not presuppose that, even though it says option B, everything is open for discussion. So, that's just a starting point for discussion. So nothing is off the table at this point. And so by saying, that option B is not workable now, understand that. We've never had an option B project actually move forward.
Case in point.
But it doesn't mean, that type of a concept isn't workable if some adjustments are made. So again, I don't want to get into solutions of how to fix this particular concept. I'm really looking forward, it sounds like from what you're saying is you think this is a viable option if option B could be reworked to be something that you would think would be acceptable.
We put option B improvements as issues for further consideration?
Well, I think that's a given. Let's not
well, it's not
do that.
It's never been a given.
Well, no, within this concept it is. Within every solution that we're talking about, we're talking about transformational changes. We're not talking about, okay, we got to stick to the tariff, so if option B is something that's thrown out as an initial concept, doesn't mean that we have to stick to it. So I'd like everybody to have the understanding that anything that's put on the table with any of these concepts is open for discussion, and throw out this and add this and revise it. We can even mix and match these various concepts. So in my mind, everything is open. So
okay, can we put option B? You have a category called important issues for consideration. Is it possible to list option B improvements under that issues for consideration?
Sure.
Okay, and then the second thing I would ask to be included there is CRR improvements. CRRs at this point, almost nobody uses them because nobody knows what they're worth. Nobody has any idea to figure it out, no way to figure it out. And congestion before versus after an upgrade is made is something that is not thrown out there. So I would also like, if possible, to have under important issues for consideration, CRR process improvements.
Okay.
All right, thank you. That's all I've got
so,
right
Susan,
now.
just to make sure, from what I'm hearing then, is that from your perspective, it's worth continuing to pursue this particular option or this concept.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we have Bridget Sparks with AES Clean Energy.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Bridget, your line's unmuted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is Bridget with AES Clean Energy. So with this concept, our concern is that the CAISO seems to be wanting to sort of flip the development activities. So today, obviously, there's a lot of due diligence and initial investment that goes into submitting a queue position in the form of, starting to pursue land, lease agreements, and different things. But what the CAISO is wanting is sort of all the development activities that we typically do at the end of the interconnection process, such as having offtake agreements, having significant permitting efforts completed or well on their way, fully executed land agreements. And so there's a lot of capital and risk that kind of goes into those later stage development activities that it seems like in the CAISO's proposals, either concept 1 or concept 2, there's a desire to sort of shift all of those development activities sooner in the process. And just providing some feedback on that. So like the pros is obviously that, you know, you hopefully get more developed projects in the process, and you sort of prevent some of those like less baked projects from taking up staff resources to study. From cons, from the developer perspective, is you're asking us to take on a lot of financial risks on projects that we may not know fully that they're viable until we get those interconnection results. So it's a pros and cons. One other thing I would add is there a way for the CAISO in this process, if we are looking to sort of limit interconnection requests to specific areas, in those prioritized areas, are there ways to provide more pricing transparency on, you know, what would it cost us to finance these upgrades to be kind of chosen for FCDS? Is there sort of a range that you can offer? And so I think if customers had more of that, you know, what is our network upgrade costs likely going to be, you know, give us more pricing transparency on, you know, these typical interconnection upgrades, you know, get data from the PTOs about, you know, range of costs. So if you could have more of that information up front about what the likely costs are, I think developers would feel a lot more comfortable starting to execute contracts earlier in the process, you know, investing in the studies to do the permitting, you know, securing land sooner in the process. So just food for thought is in thinking about this, you know, what pricing transparency reforms can we layer onto this to better enable developers to actually meet these higher requirements sooner in the process and help us mitigate the risks that we need to take on in order to do, again, what are today late stage development activities that it seems like the CAISO is wanting to push sooner in the process. Thank you.
Okay, and thanks for that. And just to be clear, we don't have any sort of a start of a set of criteria that we'd be using for this initial scoring criteria. So, you know, stakeholders would be tasked with determining what that would look like, what that criteria is. So we don't have any preconceived notions that necessarily that would put developers in a situation where they have to have further developed projects at that point. You know, that may be the logical way this goes, but time will tell on that. All right, next comment, anybody else?
Okay, we have Brian Remen with Z Global. Go ahead.
Go ahead, your line is unmuted. All right, Brian, you are still muted. You may go ahead. Your line has been unmuted in WebEx.
Okay, so clearly the interconnection process is largely designed for generation assets, renewable assets that can be fully deliverable to help satisfy our RPS objectives and what the state's doing. We need to consider an avenue for projects that have a generation asset and maybe even a storage asset associated with them, but may not be specifically needing full capacity. I'm talking about projects such as state infrastructure projects, maybe a reservoir that has generation and storage as a byproduct, but it's not its main function. And trying to compete with commercial generation that requires an offtake, and some of the criteria that's being put forward would really disadvantage those projects and maybe prevent them from going forward. So I guess my comment is we need an avenue for projects that are a little bit different than, I'll say, 99.5% of the projects that enter the cluster.
Yeah, we understand that that's going to be something that we're going to have to grapple with.
Okay.
Anything else?
Next.
No, I appreciate that. I just want to be sure that we have that avenue somewhere in the tariff, so ISO has the ability to make exceptional decisions for projects that may not qualify for everything here, but are critical state type projects that support the whole society here. Thank you.
Next, we'll move to Renee Steechin with Rev Renewables. Go ahead. Oh, looks like she put her hand down. So if you do want to speak, go ahead and re-raise your hand. Next, we'll move to Fernando Cornejo with SCE.
First of all, SCE is probably leaning more towards this concept one than any of the other two that have been presented thus far. As far as pros, we think that this is a pretty good path to pursue in terms of trying to get resources that are further along, and I understand there may be a mismatch in terms of when certain information may be available, but whenever we get to the point where we ultimately develop criteria, we believe, SE believes, that this is a good way to filter through, or that we can get projects that are really meaningful and thought, further along in terms of the likelihood to move forward and have a greater likelihood of success, and so that we can ultimately get to some studies that generate and yield more meaningful results and that are actionable, and so that we can start getting resources interconnected and online to start meeting the state's renewable and greenhouse gas reduction goals. So that's our overarching position. In terms of pros, we think it is an effective means to thin down the actual burgeoning queue, and what we've seen from queue cluster 14 and 15. There needs to be some criteria that starts to segregate those projects that are probably more likely to succeed than others, and so if we can start at some point developing that criteria, that would give us a strong indication. Those are pros. In terms of cons, I think there's a trade-off here. Actually, another pro is that folks may know their deliverability status at earlier stage in the process. If it depends on, as the discussion paper pointed out, if we study or interconnection requests, the volumes that are studied are somewhat reflective of the actual capacity that's either planned or currently in place, then folks were likely to know that their deliverability status by the completion of their phase 2 study. So that should truncate the overall process by at least 3 to 4 months from what we know today. So that's a shaving of some time there that would be beneficial. As far as cons, I think there's a real challenge here. I know that one of the things we'll be need to factor out here is developing or determining what the actual multiple may be, or the factor of the available capacity. That's a big issue. It's a challenge, but there could be some trade-offs there too. I identified some of the pros here with the deliverability status being known sooner in the process, but on the flip side, or a con to that, is that a multiple that may be too high and that starts studying too many projects leads basically to the default position that we have today, where we start to look at a pretty significant number of interconnection requests, and if we thin it down too much, then there's a possibility that you start eliminating some these good projects that may be out there that are offer some good attributes and that are something that's attractive to an LLC, for example, but you start maybe eliminating some of these viable projects and thinning out the competition, so that you may reduce not only the breadth, but also I think some of the innovation that could be part of the overall portfolio of resources that are available to LLCs that enter into an RFO. So that would be a potential con in terms of not eliminating projects that are that may be viable and that offer up some additional attributes that are, like I said, appealing to an LLC. As far as the important issues for consideration, I've identified one. It would be to kind of pin down what the actual factor would be, the calculation, And then, of course, ultimately, we would need to be able to hone down as a group here, all stakeholders, to come up with some consensus on what that criteria to screen those projects may be. So that's our position, at least on this concept one. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Back to Renee. I think we got her line fixed. So Renee Steechin with Rev Renewables, go ahead.
Stand by.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables. So I think there's been a lot of good content said already, so I'll try to keep it brief. I think we're open to a scoring criteria. It's really hard to say any sort of support without knowing what the criteria are. But, open to working on some of that. And also, I think in the discussion paper, there was talk about having this for certain zones. So just not wanting to lose sight of, not wanting to we want to make sure that the zones are not done too strictly, and that the lines aren't too sharp on any sort of, cutoff points for these, especially going to SEE's comments where certain projects will drop out, so you'll need some sort of factor above what's actually available in there. And then this actually builds off of Susan's comment, so probably too in the weeds for now, but I'm going to say it anyway, where some changes to option B, and we actually put this comment in our deliverability paper because I thought of it when doing comments for that, where maybe it's an option C where, you choose option A and you don't get deliverability during the option A process, but you determine that, there are other companies available to go in for an upgrade, or your upgrade cost is actually manageable if that's the only way that you can get deliverability. So you kind of are able to go back and choose option B. Right now, my understanding is that it's an either or. You can't go back and choose option B. So I don't know if that's like an option C for an if-then option there. So wanted to throw that out for discussion as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And not necessarily from your comments, but just want to make sure that everybody's clear. I didn't have it on the slide, but concept one does assume, just like all of these concepts assume, that the zonal approach, that is part of our principles, that whatever path we go down, that is a key component of whatever the process will ultimately look like, is steering projects or prioritizing projects based on whether they're in the zones where we have available capacity or not. Okay, next commenter.
All right, up next we have Doug Karpa with PCE. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of sort of general reactions. I think we echo, certainly, I think SEE's comments about the notion that this overall concept probably makes sense in order to make sure things get processed more quickly and more reasonably, and the projects moving forward are more concrete. That's certainly, from an LLC perspective, super helpful. Although I do also think that there's a lot to be said for the notion of making sure that what is analyzed is some pretty robust multiple of what's ultimately going to get needed, because of course projects do fall out for other reasons other than interconnection, clearly. And one of the and this will come up again later too, because one of the other concerns, of course, is like if there are not enough projects, markets get tight, and then LSEs are in a position where developers just back out of contracts, and that introduces a lot of uncertainty on the market side. And so I think going forward when we're thinking about limiting it, I would put a little bit of a thumb on the scale of not overly limiting it so that we end up with all sorts of market impacts down the line that may be pretty unfavorable. And I guess the third point, a little bit to, I think it was Bridget Sparks' comments about cost and cost uncertainty. Of course, when you're looking at projects and you just don't know whether it's going to stay financially viable because we don't know what costs are going to be, that's certainly an issue, can cause problems in planning. And so I'm wondering whether there'd be any appetite among the stakeholders and with CAISO, to start possibly looking at, say, some sort of socialization of costs. Maybe, I mean, at the one end, possibly just have a fixed fee. It's this amount. It's a flat fee. That's what you're going to pay for it. Sure, some projects are going to be more expensive than that. Some are going to be less than that. So there's, let's face it, like cost shifting whenever you socialize costs. But if developers say, and I apologize for my Australian Shepherd who apparently feels like he knows more about this process than we do. He's got strong opinions. But I'm just wondering from the developer perspective and from CAISO's perspective, whether that would be a valuable thing to do to look at ways to have either a fixed fee or a fixed fee component to reduce the uncertainty for developers coming into this process so that they don't get hit with some giant cost and then all of a sudden your project's evaporated. And that's pretty much it on this one.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's move to Rand Quadro. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to support Bridget and Susan with their concerns about the CRRs. I think that there would be some financing concerns. It's really not as predictable or as estimatable, I guess. And I know that the CRR repayment occurs over a much longer timeline. So I think that you would have developers struggling to grapple with that and struggling to communicate that to, banks who are sort of one step removed from our process. And so it's really not a viable approach unless we improve the processes and transparency. The other thing I wanted to say is that, as I proposed at our last meeting, if the CAISO moves forward, with the transmission zone criteria, I think it should be a part of this criteria and perhaps a scoring bump, not so much a binary selection. I think that really serves a lot of people's interests. There's big concern that it's not going to be possible to submit interconnection requests elsewhere than in potential transmission zones. But if your project is otherwise very viable, then perhaps it could still score high in any criteria we set. I wanted to support Fernando's statement about earlier TPD results. I think that's a huge go, no-go flag for LSEs and for developers. And so I don't know how soon in the process it's practical for the CAISO to provide that results based on where the TPP timeline and the TPD timeline match up. But anything we can do to accelerate that will certainly improve queue clearing methods. And then finally, I'm wondering, Bob, if in the next turn of this proposal, which I think, we'll see further discussion on this proposal one, if the CAISO could provide data on how the scoring methodology that's currently in place for transmission plan deliverability has been effective. How many projects have had a PPA to get their allocation, been on short lists, what has been the permitting status, so on and so forth. Understanding the effectiveness of those criteria could certainly inform the discussion of developing new criteria.
All right, sounds good, thank you.
Then we have Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, just a couple of suggestions. I want to note that with respect to projects that could be viable outside the zones or additional projects that could be viable in the zones. That LSA's proposal had a I think we called it an appeals process, where basically if a project didn't make it into group 1 but had other characteristics similar to the reservoir project that was mentioned earlier, some other way that the project could benefit the system or was especially ready or appropriate or beneficial, that there could be some kind of appeals process where there could be some consideration, maybe even with an outside consultant, like we do with the default energy bid kind of process, but some kind of consideration for inclusion in group 1 or in the study group that falls outside the criteria, only because the criteria really can't, may not be able to cover all the situations that where projects could be beneficial or should be included in that group. So I wanted to point that out and just make sure that that stays on the table for consideration. And then also, I apologize if this maybe gets into some of the implementation, but to the extent the criteria are looking at financial viability, for example, it seems hard to get PPAs up front, but if there's some alternative demonstration of financial viability, some projects may never have PPAs, but some projects can. And so when we get to that point, I think just for this very early screening that you may be talking about, some alternative measures besides PPAs certainly maybe should be put on the table for that.
Okay. Thank you, Susan.
All right. Well, I think that's all we have for questions and comments at this time.
Okay. So based on everything I heard, I didn't hear anybody say that concept 1 should not be further considered as we move forward. So that's how I'm going to proceed with that. Appreciate all your input. That's very helpful. So let's move to the next slide. So this is concept 2, and this is where the ISO would only study projects requested by load-serving entities and other off-takers. So each off-taker would be allowed to submit project capacity related to their current procurement targets, and actual capacity amounts would be some multiple of each LSE's current procurement target. So what that means is if a particular LSE is saying, I need to procure 2,000 megawatts in my procurement cycle, we'd be studying some multiple of that amount to make sure that we study the right amount and account for project dropouts and so forth. And that amount could be anywhere from just only studying their amount to 2 times their amount or some multiple such as that. So that's what that idea is supposed to be, is what is the right amount? And that's something, as was discussed in the last concept, was, it's something we're going to have to work through and determine what is that best multiple to study in each study area. And based on phase 1 study results, off-takers would submit projects to be studied in phase 2. Possibly not to exceed their current level of procurement targets or some multiple as well, but something lesser than would be studied in phase 1. So again, the concept is studying still by zones, and the off-takers would be giving us projects that they would want us to study, take a first look at, understanding they would have no information at that point on what the cost of transmission upgrades would be, but they would have gone through some sort of a process to determine, at least to look at the projects and say, okay, this project is of interest to us for whatever reasons they decide that project is of interest, either location, type of technology, and so forth. And maybe pre-screening of initial costs, whatever the load-serving entities want to get into. And then after they get the phase 1 study results, then they would say, okay, these are the ones that we are really more interested in now that we see the first cut of transmission costs to be studied in phase 2. So let's open it up for comments on concept 2.
All right, let's go back to Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, just a couple we had some thoughts about this. First of all, it does seem to get, to completely exclude merchant projects completely. So anybody who isn't, who has a different strategy other than a PPA, or isn't ready to get a PPA just yet, would be excluded from this process. And it does sort of really put the LSCs in the driver's seat with maybe, and they would potentially have to do their own somewhat, potentially lengthy process before the windows even open, without, again, as you said, without any cost information. So I can see where this would be attractive from the CAISO's perspective, because you don't, you can just do whatever they tell you to do and still, hopefully meet your reliability requirements. But it does seem to exclude a whole set of projects that wouldn't. Again, it's sort of like one criterion is this is it, and that's it. And if you're not on this list, you're not going to get studied at all potentially. So it just seems like the pros would be, I guess this is easier for the CAISO because you don't have to worry about screening projects and you'll know what the target is maybe. But the cons would be, I think you're excluding projects that either have no intention or don't need PPAs or aren't going to get PPAs and maybe aren't even or aren't planning to sell directly to LSEs. So just for your consideration.
All right, anything else, Susan?
Yep, that's it.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we have Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables.
Hi, it's Renee. We definitely do not agree with this concept. I think there's just too many cons associated with it, starting the procurement process too early without any known costs. I think it's going to be harder for LSEs to be able to sift through the projects when cost is a huge component of it in the end. And knowing your deliverability upgrade cost is a very key component in the current contracting process. Understanding that, the way you have the concept laid out here isn't committing the LSE to purchasing the project or having an offtake agreement, but it's really putting the LSEs in the driver's seat at, what we think is an inappropriate time in the development stage. And then also has, opportunities for LSEs to, favor certain projects, certain developers that may not be appropriate according to our other principles. And then, additionally, the procurement process right now, LSEs are not looking that far out. They're only looking out to, maybe 2027 or 8 at the latest right now. Whereas some of these, cluster 15, you might need to be looking much further out in order for them to actually be qualified, given the upgrades that are required in that area or planned for that area. So the procurement timelines don't necessarily line up as is now anyway. I think there's just too many hurdles to overcome on this one, and we do not support it. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that.
Next, we'll move to Kathleen Colbert with Vistra.
Hi, this is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, and I know that there's ambient noise, so I will be super brief. I just want to support what Renee said. I think she listed a ton of really good reasons why this one's not workable. We submitted comments. We also think it brings into question the independent nature of the CAISO on its face. And while I understand that there's a lot of challenges with this transformational change, I do think we need to struggle with it in a way that's equitable and fair. And this pushes a ton of risk onto the load-serving entities that are now and appropriately sit with the developer community. That wouldn't be fair. And we just would request the guys to take this one off the table so we can focus on concept 1 and any modifications to that, if that is kind of where the wind is blowing us. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ryan Millard with Next Era Energy Resources. Go ahead.
To us.
Ryan, your line is unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to echo that we also see this as being potentially problematic. We could even see LSEs having an issue with this. If they're driving the process and can limit the projects they put in, a big question is, are they limiting a less competitive, are they creating a less competitive environment for pricing by sellers by limiting their potential pool of sellers earlier in the process? And, you know, another question we had was, if we're trying to apply this to cluster 15 and the COD timeframe is years into the future, and LSEs are buying more in the nearer term, how do you get an LSE interested in a 2030 plus project to score points in this category? I also think it potentially creates some national considerations and some implications that FERC is saying this is inherently anti-competitive. So I don't see, I don't know that we see this as being solvable or workable.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move to Doug Carpa with PCE. Go ahead.
Yeah, Doug Carpa, Peninsula Clean Energy. And I think I may be the only CCA on the call. I'm not sure about that. So I, of course, have to consult with all of my other colleagues. I'll cover many of us there are. I, to some extent, would echo, I think, what you're hearing from the others, that this notion of putting us in the position of having to solely determine what goes forward. I'm not sure you're going to, you know, some CCAs certainly may be comfortable with that, but I don't think we are. And certainly the notion at the most extreme end of like only study things that have PPAs, I think really makes us nervous because we just don't sign PPAs with things that early. But all that said, I do think there may be a role for maybe some reduced concept like this that, you know, one of the things that I'm thinking, and if we put in a proposal, it would look something like this, that maybe, you know, strike the word only, but say, you know, if there are projects that LSEs are pretty clear, like, yeah, we know we're going to want thing X, and this looks like it's got real legs to it and just suits us to a T even in 2030, that like maybe we can you know, offer a letter of support, and that gets you some points or something within the context of actually the concept one screen, so that we're not necessarily I would worry about being completely cut out of the process where you're going forward without any input from LSEs in terms of deciding which projects to study. But certainly I think the idea that like you can only go forward with LSE stamp of approval, it definitely poses some challenges. So I'm not sure full opposition is exactly where we're at, but modified, you know, supportive maybe of a modified and lesser version of it, something like that.
All right, thank you.
And next we have Rayanne Quadro. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just want to echo other stakeholders and say that Gridwell and EDF renewables do not support concept 2. It, I think, you know, leans into some anti-competitive spaces at best. And, you know, I agree with the stakeholder in the comments who requested that the CAISO dismiss this proposal with prejudice. You know, Doug's idea about potentially bolstering criteria with a letter of intent seems pretty good, but anything beyond that, I think ultimately reduces competition.
All right, thank you.
Let's move to Sushant Bhargava with Clearway Energy Group.
I think Doug read our thoughts. We had submitted similar comments that concept 2 on its own, we don't think is appropriate, but folding it into concept 1, we definitely think has some merits. If there's a letter of intent or some demonstration of interest, because concept one on its own still needs further filtering criteria to make that work, and this could be used as one of those. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Shashank.
Nish Nand with NCPA, go ahead. Looks like there might be some issues with their
Yeah, let me try one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Anish Nunn with the Northern California Power Agency. So we actually supported this concept, and the reasonings behind it were that LSCs are all trying to meet the state requirements themselves, along with meeting their local regulatory authority goals. They're best positioned to know where resources are needed to serve their loads. And a PPA with an LSC is a strong indicator that the project is likely to succeed. And we don't believe this is not competitive because we do run RFPs in our processes. The only challenge you're going to run into that we think there will be a difficulty on how to allocate the available capacity among LSCs. And the only thing that we can think of that will be a con to this is it only going to be limited to specific zones?
Okay. Yeah, just to answer your question, that was the concept, was it would be limited to zones, but this particular concept hasn't been flushed out fully, so there are always options to consider additional components to it. I do want to be clear that it wasn't the intent that by saying the only projects requested by LSCs means that they have a PPA with a particular developer. We got pretty clear comments from the initial issue paper and straw proposal from both LSCs and developers that a PPA at the early stages just was not viable to anybody. So that's not part of this concept. It doesn't define what sort of a commitment that an LSC might be making if they are to make any commitment, but at any rate, a PPA was not envisioned. Do we have any other commenters?
Bob, just another quick clarification on that. If you're limited to just zones, we like to have our resources close to our loads. So if you're limited to zones, it'll be a challenge to serve the local load being in that vicinity.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Go to Caitlin Leotiris with Energy Strategies.
Hi, this is Caitlin Leotiris on behalf of American Clean Power California. I want to pile on to what most folks have said, so I'll be brief. I think that this concept as a, in and of itself is really problematic, and we should not only be studying projects requested by LSEs, but some form of commercial interest from LSEs could be rolled into concept one. In some of our early comments, ACP California recommended something we called indicative commercial interest. So, similar to the kind of letter of interest that Doug pointed out. So I think there's a lot more discussion to be had about the role of LSEs, but, definitely problematic for them, that to be the only way for projects to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Doug Carpa with PCE, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to take a moment. I think, you know, I know it's hearing a lot about what the effects on competitiveness here would be. And I think that maybe that doesn't entirely hold water as an argument because we're looking at a universe where I think effectively we're going to put a cap on the total amount of projects that are moving forward, like I don't know, however many gigawatts of projects are going to get studied. That's a finite amount. The amount of competition among projects is defined by the total supply, right? And so this doesn't actually affect the total supply, and so the competitiveness of the market or the liquidity of it. But rather what it does do is shapes the composition of that pool. And if it's, you know, if it's large enough relative to the demand, like it's still going to be a competitive market. It's just what we're not going to be doing is having less viable projects. So, I mean, I guess it's sort of like, you know, I guess in one view, there's concerns of like particular technologies that are just like, don't have a lot of commercial interest, like those might get excluded earlier rather than later under this, like having LSEs having input here. But I think the total level of competition, I'm just not sure it's affected by this because it's not going to affect the total supply. It's just going to be, you know, shaping the mix of products, and the mix of products is going to be shaped by a competitive process in terms of what commercial interest there is to sell. So I think that we might want to think a little bit more about, yeah, what are the competitive impacts here? Or maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's just my initial instinct that we should be cautious around that.
Okay, thank you.
Kathleen Colbert with Vistra, go ahead.
Thanks.
Kathleen, we heard you for just a moment, but you cut out.
Kathleen, when I unmute your line, you'll be unmuted, okay? So you don't need to touch your unmute. 1 second. All right, Kathleen, you keep muting your line. Let's try this one more time.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm touching nothing. Okay, great. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. And so I just wanted to respond to Doug. I think that he may be misunderstanding to some extent what we mean by anti-competitive. When you have and the words that we asked to be included in the principles was open access, not undue discrimination, and not unduly preferential, because it creates a framework in which everyone has confidence and trust in the process, but the CAISO is going to administer an independent process. This isn't like proposing an independent process. It's proposing the CAISO would administer a process on behalf of load-serving entities, which is only one portion of all of the stakeholders involved in development. But that will have an impact on the competition in the market because it will send a signal that there isn't an independent and fair process, which will make developers want to look at other areas for development. And that's just the reality of kind of how a market works, right? You need to have good rules, good market design, good processes that build confidence and we can have faith in order to bolster competition, to provide the best projects that are viable so the LSEs can procure them to meet their needs. And so I just want to elevate it up to a higher level. It's not just are their procurement processes competitive, the CAISO processes need to be independent and fair in order for the development community to have faith and want to invest in this market. And so I just wanted to kind of put some teeth around it and make it clear. I also want to suggest that I don't think that I believe the interest to have load-serving entities inform the scoring is a valid request and suggestion. And so I'll echo what Rayanne said. If that's a good place to start, let's start there. We're also thinking about how to incorporate into our proposals, which I also think can maybe be incorporated into Concept 1, on how to go about funding network upgrades if you have an interest in them to receive a share of deliverability. would have an avenue not only for interconnection customers, but for load serving entities or for the state funding agencies, like if they wanted, so for all the state funding and the federal funding for transmission upgrades, those could be programs administered by some regulator that would be interested in investing in it. And so like we have taken this very high level, how do we think about this as a system and not with individual problems? So I just wanted to throw that out there, that I think we can look at concept one and how to do some enhancements that will address some of these concerns rather than focus on the solution.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, I think that's all we have for comments and questions at this time.
Okay, well, I think we got some really good discussions going on around concept 2, so I really appreciate that, and I think we're ready to move on. So why don't we go ahead and do that, move on to the next slide. So obviously concept 3 is one that really has not been taken very far down the road. If this is something that stakeholders believe has a good possibility of developing a solution that would be workable and agreeable by all stakeholders, is something we really need to put some thought and work behind, and we haven't done that yet. So at this point, we're really looking for if that's a direction that stakeholders believe we should go with this particular concept, which is only study projects that are successful in an auction process for proposed projects. So the idea is we would hold an annual auction and develop a methodology for doing that. This is, like I was saying, the work groups really would need to kind of roll up their sleeves and really get into some discussions about how an auction would actually be implemented, what the methodology would be, and so forth for this. So at this point, I don't think it's worthwhile getting into specific methodology, but unless someone has a different idea related to that. But we're really looking for feedback of how many people, think concept 3 is something workable.
I'm not seeing any comments at this time, but for folks who want to make remarks, go ahead and raise your hand with the raise hand icon, or send your notes in the chat and I'll read them aloud. All right, looks like we have some hands up now. Let's move to Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables.
Hi, just say a few words since there was a lack of comments for a second there, but, we're open to this idea. Again, similar to the criteria, hard to really say right without seeing the details of what it would look like. The main concern here is that it could just add to the cost of the projects overall, which then adds to the cost to consumers. And then I guess unless the auction revenue would be used to, for example, buy down the cost of the transmission upgrades or something along those lines, I think there's maybe ways to get around that to help fund the overall process. But that is kind of a big concern of ours. It could just favor the developers with the larger pocketbooks. So depends on the details. Thanks.
And then next we have Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted a second. Oh, sorry. I don't know how many. I started talking, and I think before I got unmuted. Anyway, I had a discussion about this, and there's some issues. I think Renee brought up a good issue, which is, well, what happens to the auction revenues, and if it is used to buy down transmission costs, well, that would make this perhaps more acceptable. I think the questions of, well, what if you come up with a resource mix that, depending on how big money you're going to accept, that doesn't match what you expect to have or need in a particular area or in general, what do you do with that? On what basis would a developer even determine how much it's worth to bid for an auction, or how might that work? You could say, well, if the developer, the developers have big pockets and they're the ones that could do it, well, maybe they're the most viable, maybe they're not, but that's another consideration. So I think without it's hard to see how this could really be workable, and I think we just really struggled with that. So I guess that's all I can really say about it. It's it would be economists love this kind of thing, and I know there's probably one particular board member that probably thinks this is a really good idea, but we were just really struggling to figure out how you'd actually do it. So and given what's here, we couldn't really support it.
Okay. Kathleen Colbert with Vistra, go ahead.
Okay, great. Let's try it again. Can you hear me? It's Kathleen Colbert from Vistra.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we submitted written comments. I'll be brief, but I wanted to throw out that, we're open to exploring this. We also have caveats, and I will say as my background is I'm an economist, so the way I think about the world, I do get excited about things like this. I think that where a logical place to start would be to look at Dutch auctions or descending clause auctions would be like the mechanism that we would probably want to start with to kind of think through how it works. My huge caveat to that though, my huge caveat is that there's not a precedent that I'm aware of at FERC for using a descending clause auction for deliverability or capacity injection rights, as they've called it in other areas. That is just going to make this very difficult. So from Vistra's perspective, we've really focused on proposals that have some precedent and have a background. So that's part of why we really focus on subscription models on the transmission side, making sure there's sufficient network upgrades that could include competitive mechanisms to do so, open season subscription models, even what Susan suggested. But that's because there is this deep history of merchant transmission investment, and kind of how to fairly allocate the benefits of those is something that we can use and leverage that I think will create a smoother glide path, which is why, but it is a similar concept. A subscription model is actually very similar to what you're throwing out here of an annual auction you participate in, you invest, show up front, and make an investment to play. It's basically a pay-to-play auction, right? I just worry if it's on an annual auction, I agree with Renee, could increase costs. We have to design it very, very carefully to mitigate those risks and to mitigate lots of concerns. And if we want to go down that path, I'm committed to helping. The difficulty with that is why we're focused on transmission, a path that we can invest and self-indicate upfront that there is a strong commitment to achieve commercial operations through investing in the upgrades to receive a commensurate deliverability allocation, just is going to be an easier path. And I'm happy to take questions, but I hope that was clear and helpful.
All right, thank you.
And then I think lastly we have Dave Pett with the CPUC. Go ahead. Oh, looks like Dave might have unraised his hand. So Dave, if you do want to make a comment, go ahead, and there you are. And you're now unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hi, this is Dave Peck from the Public Advocate's Office, and we appreciate the effort that CAISO's, all the stakeholders are putting into dealing with this interconnection queue issue. And with this concept, the question I have is, with these auctions or the bids that are being put forward by, I guess these would be the developers, would they then be recovered once the interconnection is built? I mean, typically a lot of the interconnection work actually ends up getting refunded to the developer. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the current process.
And so let's say an entity puts a really high bid and wins it, then would that bid be recovered by refunded by ratepayers?
Well, that's something that would have to be worked out. That's going to be an auction process. One of the big questions is what happens with the auction revenue. So at this point, there's nothing been determined, obviously, but those kind of discussions would need to take place.
That would be something that we would potentially oppose, is that if these bids just get put in, they become very high, and then it just results in really, really expensive projects that, goes into the transmission access charge. That would be a bad situation. So unless the bids are being somehow, financed by the developers and they aren't refunded, that would be a different story. Does that make sense?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
Let's move to Jane Lockhart with NCPA.
Am I off mute?
Yes.
Jane, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to kind of echo the comments from the Public Advocate's Office. I think almost in any instance, no matter, how it's structured, it'd be very difficult for these costs not to be passed on to load. And since our primary concern is cost to load, we'd be very concerned about using an auction process. You'd have to be very, very careful about how you use those revenues, because if a developer has to pay to get a slot, they're going to be charging that back to their customer ultimately. And ultimately it's load who pays, and that would be our concern. So thank you for taking our comments today.
Right, thank you.
Okay, looks like that's all we have for questions and comments at this time.
All right. Well, I think we have some pretty good input on that one as well, and to take it under advisement. So at that point, why don't I don't know, we'll have to think about, do we want to take an early break for lunch and then come back and have Jason take over?
That's fine with me. Yeah, my suggestion might be we take a lunch and reconvene at 12:45. Anybody opposed to that?
I think that works.
All right, let's do that. We'll reconvene at 12:45 then.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for your input.
All right, and we are on to the topic of the concepts for managing the queue. Before we dive into what's on the screen here, just kind of set a little bit of framework and what we're looking for through this discussion. As we looked at the managing the queue problem statement, we kind of highlighted the three big areas of the processes that we want to look at, and through those three general steps, if you will, or elements, we want to really ask ourselves, what are we trying to enhance to bring more efficiency and more accuracy to the managing the queue processes? And it can be contract related, queue management related, whatever the other parallel processes there might be in place. And then, in addition, I think we all have to ask ourselves, what also can we improve or enhance or put into place that we can hold projects accountable And if they're not, or you're not, or a project's not proceeding forward and not expecting to, then how can we help get them out of the way for those projects that are, you know, fully intending to proceed, have commercial contracts, PPAs, whatever the case might be. And so let's ask ourselves those questions. What can we make more efficient, and what can we put in place to hold projects more accountable and get them out of the way and out of the queue if and how we can. So again, as we walk through this, my intention is not to go into every bullet point that's on the screen. I'm going to keep it at the high level bullet points, and then we can talk about, I would love to hear stakeholder comments on the pros or cons of, you know, the topics in general, and then also any concerns or even considerations that fall within these high level bullet points. Yeah, so I'll leave that on the table for how we think about this discussion for the next hour, hour and a half, and let's dive in. So the first topic here is modification process updates, and we really could loop in the first two big bullet points, policy updates as well. Let's go process updates first, though. So one of the ideas that the ISO threw out was the limitation of timeframes that a project could submit an MMA. And within this, we've also heard some stakeholder feedback that, you know, maybe there's certain factors or elements that projects don't need to submit modifications for, that type of thing. And then there's other elements here where we're, you know, require possible notice to proceed or other milestones to be updated or defined in addition to the general larger milestones that we have in place. All right, let's pause here on modification process updates. I see Susan and Rayanne have their hands up.
Real quick before we jump in, I did get a comment that the screen is not being shared, so just want to make sure everyone on the line can see that. So we'll move to Susan Schneider with Phoenix Consulting. Go ahead.
First of all, I can see the screen just fine, so I don't know if others can, but it's definitely visible. Okay.
Good, thank you.
So, okay, so I wanted to give some cons to the first one, sub-bullet here, and then pros to the second one. The first one is really a serious problem. I guess, is the problem that you're getting MMAs all the time, or you're just getting too many of them, or what are you actually... It's not clear what you're actually trying to solve here, because when a project needs to make a modification, it's really important that they get a prompt ruling for it and not have to wait months, because they may be holding up, for example, their equipment orders in order to make this modification. So if you tell them they know they want to make a modification and you don't let them do it for 6 more months, that alone could delay the project, because they can't adjust their equipment orders, or they can't adjust their configuration when they're trying to get their construction started or something like that. So some MMA requests, well, I mean, you know, anyway, so I think that's a real concern here. And it's not clear to me, if you just get the same number of them, but they all come in big clusters or clumps, is that better? Or is it, you're not really going to get fewer of them here. You're just going to potentially delay people trying to make their modifications. So I would just put that as a con here, and a question about what you're trying to actually accomplish here for the first
Susan,
one.
can I just jump in on that one? And
Sure.
I guess we see it from a couple different perspectives. Yes, at one point earlier in the year, we had 85 active MMAs, and then I think currently we have somewhere around 65 or 70 active MMAs, right? And so that's just a volume of work that everybody has to manage across the board, right? It's not just the ISO and the PTOs, but, you know, customers and developers, everybody's engaged in that process work. So that's sort of one element. You know, I guess another aspect of it is, yes, if we can reduce that volume of, actually, before I go on to that, one of the competing kind of workload prioritization elements that we have to factor in on our side is the cluster study processes, like cluster 14 right now. We're we're seeing ramp up of work and requirements to be focused on that. So we're trying to figure out what the prioritization is of what study work the engineers are able to work on and when, and how soon and quickly can we turn these around, right? So workload prioritization is a big factor here. Volume plays heavily, I think, into that. And then, you know, if naturally we can get that number down by making some tweaks to what's required as part of the process or timing of the process, whatever the case might be, you know, without jumping into solutions, then I think we start to see, you know, the ability to review modification requests that are, you know, in a more timely fashion, I guess, let's put it that way. So hopefully that helps clarify a bit of why.
I understand why you have to prioritize these, but I guess if you're talking about limiting things to windows, it means people have to wait for the windows, meaning they're going to have to wait to do whatever the modification is that they need to do. Now, part of this will be impacted by if you have more ready projects that are in group 1 or whatever, that would maybe they wouldn't have to make as many modifications. Then absolutely, if there are some modifications like sharing gen ties and some things like that where you don't actually have to submit an MMA request, you know, that would definitely help as well. So I agree, you can't look at this in isolation, but in general, if people need to make modifications to move the projects forward and you don't let them do it right away when they need to do it, then you are going to delay what they need to do. And so that I think that's a real concern here for this one.
Okay. Yeah, that's
okay.
noted. And then, certainly we can talk about this as we get into the solution space as well.
Yes.
So yeah, I hear.
Yes. Okay, and then for the second one, this was something that LSA had really focused on. I don't know about notice to proceed so much, but the idea that I think Vistra and others, you know, I think Gridwell also has pointed this out, that there's projects in the queue that are past their CODs, or they're within a certain amount of their in-sync dates, and it's very obvious they're probably not going to make it. And the CAISO has these reports that people submit every month, or how, you know, once or quarter every month. And it does seem like the CAISO is now starting to maybe just I hear this anecdotally, starting to step up a little bit more with, oh, you're within 13 months of your in-sync date, and you haven't noted that you started construction. Do you have to update your milestones? Do you have to do this? That's using the tools the CAISO already has for the milestones that are already defined is really, you know, I think is a good idea. And so if people haven't started construction within, and you can, you know, even it may be a technology thing specific or to that or whatever, but just to really keep up with the information you have and make sure that people, you know, if they've got to put in an MMA request, maybe there's CVC associated with that, get that going with what you've already got. And I, you know, again, given all the prioritization and everything else you've got going, obviously that's easy for me to say, but I think this idea of really holding people to the milestones that are there, or requiring them to make whatever requests they need to defer them, meaning they may not keep their deliverability, they may not, you know, they you know, that sort of thing, enforcing the ones that are already even there would be, I think, a big improvement to the process.
Yes, Susan, I agree with you. One thing that the queue management team hasn't largely publicized quite yet, but we're in the process of making significant improvements of how we do and what we do for project management and holding these projects accountable to keep these timelines and milestones updated. Hopefully everybody saw that. I think last Thursday we posted, or earlier this month, we published and put out on the CAISO website an updated and revised status report template. And we'll be utilizing that going forward. And then our mechanism to be tracking that has been significantly improved on an internal process perspective. And I'm just sharing this to allude to, yes, we are certainly looking at our internal processes and procedures to say, you know, what is it that we can do under the bounds and authority that we have today to answer some of these questions. And then the question for stakeholders is there anything in addition to that we can also continue to do or improve on?
Yeah, that's good, and that's very, very good. And also your suggestion to potentially have viability demonstrations for energy only projects also seems like a good idea. They are taking up space at substations, for example, and that was, you know, without getting into sort of what those modifications should be, but that sort of thing is probably a good idea.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback. Anything else, Susan?
And then,
okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Susan, if you have another comment.
Nope. No, I'm done. Thanks. I'll wait till you get to the other bullet points. Unless do you want to do anything for the other bullet points, or just wait till you get there?
Yeah, let's just wait and we can hit them one at a time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
For those who were having issues with the screen, it may be your browser, or you may want to restart WebEx. I heard from the majority of folks that their screen is showing. So maybe just try another browser or restarting your WebEx. If the issue continues, you can send a chat to the event producer and we can try to help you out specifically. So next, let's go to Rayanne Quadro. Go ahead.
I want to be brief, but I want to suggest that the MMA process throughput right now, which is like 99% approval, would be an easy place to get, some efficiency baked in. I think that there are modifications that are basically always going to be approved, provided that, eventually the customer submits acceptable technical data. The new process for self-validating that technical data should help with that. But it also seems to me like it's not a great idea for projects to have more than one inverter change, for example, in their project lifetime. Meaning that rather than, taking inverter information every time the project is considering a new one, which could be 3 or 4 times over its development life cycle, considering how often the technology changes. The CAISO says within 18 months of your first COD, we need to know what inverters you're using, and we'll make sure that it's compatible with our systems. But go ahead and assume for financing and development purposes that this inverter change is going to be approved. If you have any process that has, a 99% approval rate, we really are talking about 82 out of 83 approvals last year, then being able to give developers reasonable assurance up front that these changes are approved and that they don't have to come to you until they're absolutely ready to formalize the change is, I think, the way to go. I'm interested to hear your reflections on that. I've heard Deb say in the past that the engineers, need the real data, and of course I agree with that, but to really what level of detail and at what times do you need the data, right?
Yeah, Rand, I don't know that I have any in-depth response to that, except that I hear you loud and clear, and in fact, we've been talking about what those elements are that we sort of do air quotes around always approve, if you will, and how could we streamline the modification process or bring that efficiency level to getting the data that we need for the models and ensuring that everything's built into the base cases, whatever we need, but then also then streamlining how we complete that process. And I don't have the details or answers, but it's certainly something that we'll consider looking at, and we'll have to evaluate if there's policy or tariff and or BPM updates that are required here, but I think that's something that we'll look at through this process.
Yeah, I think a really worthy effort for sort of the next phase of this development. And then just to not have to raise my hand again later, in terms of your queue management procedure, I am still hoping that the CAISO will provide the data that we talked about last week about which projects in the queue are already partially online. I did a little review this morning, just looking at old queues, and of projects that I can see that appear to be holding deliverability, like 20% of them are actually all online, and they've just been returned to active in the queue, probably because they're waiting for a storage approval or their storage to come online. So those projects look like they're holding 3 gigawatts of transmission plan deliverability, but actually they're completely online and just working on an augment via post-COD modification. So just another plug for that data as we consider queue management proposals in the next iteration.
Yeah, Rayanne, just to clarify some detail there, are you speaking to those generating facilities that, we'll call it in RIMS, were already completed, said a different way, already online and have added a battery storage system but have been converted back to active?
That's correct. So I'm
Okay.
looking at, and because we have project names out, and this is a project that declared COD literally 8 years ago, Desert Sunlight is like a 400 megawatt solar project. Then you can Google it. They declared COD in 2015, but they're listed as active in the queue right now.
Yep, okay. This has been discussed internally in the past. I feel like it's a relatively easy answer. I'll do what I can to bring something back to the table for us to
Thank you.
move on.
Like I said, I understand it might not be a RIMS change, but even just, some sort of raw data that we could integrate in our own analysis would be really great.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to Ryan Millard. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi Ryan.
Would part of the conversation about limiting MMA requests also include some discussion or exploration of the modification itself, as maybe an add-on to the comment about timing and the types of technology changes? It might be a little unrealistic to limit to only one MMA per project without also distinguishing the nature of the modification request itself. So I was just curious about that.
Ryan, I have to be honest with you, I don't follow exactly what you're saying. I don't think we're considering limiting a modification request to one. I think the consideration here is what you were alluding to was, let's consider what's being requested and how to streamline that request in the process.
Okay, I guess I'm confused by the language, because the language says allow a one-time request to update the project details.
Fair enough.
Is it not a one-time request?
Okay. Yeah, so let me clarify. So the idea here was in the concept of creating timeframes to submit modifications, under the paradigm of kind of doing it once early in the process and then maybe once later in the process, and then have other times for certain requests that need to be updated. So under this paradigm, it would be, the first request would be one time before the interconnection agreement is signed, so that the interconnection agreement can be signed and executed with the most updated information and project direction at that time. Then later in the process, if something changes or needs to be updated again, allow a later request or two potentially to make those changes before they achieve commercial operation or whatever time in the process. Does that help clarify?
I think so. Thanks.
I see how the one-time, the word one-time in there is confusing. It's not intended to say only one chance to make opportunities. I apologize for the confusion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Did have a comment in the chat from Aisha Berry with Recurrent Energy. The status checklist that Bob mentioned, could one of the panelists clarify if that is the MMA status checklist or the CAISO Q Management Excel? Would anyone be able to share the link to this list if it is publicly available?
Do you remember what that's referring to?
This is Bob. The only thing I remember discussion around was related to the transmission plan deliverability criteria for scoring to determine the priority for giving transmission plan deliverability. So that's in the BPM, the get out BPM. That's the only thing I remember related to that.
And this is Jason. There's nothing called the MMA status checklist. We have a status report that is required for projects that have executed GIAs, and they submit those on a quarterly or monthly basis. So I would say, Aisha, if you have any clarifying question or follow-up there, chime in or write it in the chat.
Okay, well, I think that's all we have for questions at this time.
One quick second, we're just having a quick sidebar.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and before I hit this modification policy updates, I just want to reflect and sort of reiterate something that Bob mentioned earlier and clarify that, you know, by no means is what's on the screen or what was in our original discussion paper priority over other stakeholder ideas and proposals that we're likely to hear on the 11th. And again, we're just raising these up to seek stakeholder temperature and feedback on kind of the initial take on these ideas. And so the feedback that we have been getting, Bob mentioned earlier that he appreciated and heard what he needed to, and look forward to keep hearing the same feedback that we're getting. So just wanted to say that again out loud. All right, let's move on to modification policy updates. Here we identify.
Can I just interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
If you go to the Get App BPM on page 112, there's a table that has been used for the transmission plan deliverability scoring criteria. So take a look at that, and I think that's what was discussed earlier that you might be interested in. Thanks, sorry about that.
She wrote no more questions, so I think we clarified. Okay, cool, thanks, Bob. All right, the queue management team proposed, 4 general topics here for what policies we could update to help. One, well, let me just walk through some of these very quickly and explain why we're updating these. So the increased deposits to 30,000, from an accounting perspective, we're starting to see more accuracy in how project time is being billed from the PTOs and here at the ISO, and we're seeing a lot of shortfalls for modification requests as well as even for limited operation studies and other things. So we're proposing to increase the deposit. The timeline for completing the modifications, there are a few that have been completed in the current 45-day timeline, and many of them have even been beyond the 60 days. So the goal here is increase it to 60 days, also increase the efficiency in some of the processes, and shoot for that 60 days as not a rule of thumb, but as a target in every process. And that'll help the efficiency in timelines for the projects as well as the ISO and PTOs. Introducing a timeline to add BESS and seek deliverability. This is just establishing some guidelines for when projects should be adding BESS if they are intending to seek a deliverability allocation. And then limiting construction sequencing requests. Again, this policy is in place and intended for projects that are approaching commercial operation and just need an extra month or 2, or technically up to 6 months. And we're getting requests periodically for projects that have either not started construction or have just started construction and trying to extend their milestones way too early in the process. So pause here and see if there's any comments or questions.
Yeah, let's move to Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, it's Susan. Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, it looks like it's really just the complex MMAs that are taking up to $30,000. And first of all, thank you for putting that information out there. We really did appreciate it. It's very, very helpful to the discussion. So it seems like the complex ones are taking up to 30,000, but all the rest of them seem like they're still well below that. And so we didn't have any problem with increasing the study deposits for the MMA requests, but maybe for the things that are simple, keeping them low and just increasing them for people who want to make a complex request. So that was one comment. The time to complete the modifications, again, this will really help if you will take the very simple ones that are always approved and remove them from this process. But the CAISO already can take, and the PTOs, as much time as they want, and sometimes take many months to do this. And so it doesn't seem to really be needed to increase the time to complete them because nobody's really bound by that anyway. So again, just a comment on that. It does make sense, and I know I've had clients in this position too, where they have to realize they have to do the MMA request and have it completed before they put in the TPD affidavits, and they oh no, it's too late. So I think having that process better defined certainly would be a good idea, because I think people do get caught up in this sometimes, and probably they put a lot of pressure on you guys to get that MMA request approved so they can do the affidavits. But yeah, they should really, it makes sense that there would have to be some reasonable amount of time allowed in advance to do the process the request. So that's a good idea. And I guess I have just about the construction sequencing. When you say you're there, it's too early in the process to be delaying the COD, it would seem like the PTO would maybe want to know that, and the CAISO. Why do you think it's, if they've just started construction and know they're going to need that time, why would it be too early to give the notice of that?
I think that answer is on a case-by-case basis, right? If under the scenario where they have a 2-year build out and their COD isn't for maybe 18 months, or synchronization isn't for 18 months, maybe, you know, is it really too early to tell that you're actually not going to hit that synchronization? And should we just do, under the current paradigm, should we just do a modification request to update the milestones to be more reflective? And then the idea of the construction sequencing policy is that, you know, 3 months or 5 or 6 months out from that synchronization or COD date, the realization that, oh shoot, my inverters are delayed on the ship for 45 days. I need to, you know, kind of equally then push out my sync and COD dates, and you can utilize the construction sequencing process to do so. So
well,
it's
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I guess if they do know, don't you want to know? I mean, that seems, and wouldn't the PTO want to know?
Yes, we absolutely want to know. The question is, should the project submit a modification request, at least under the current paradigm, or what is the right time to submit a construction sequencing request?
Well, a modification request, yeah, I was going to say a modification request has some things associated with it. For example, if you have a group 3 allocation or in group D or whatever, then you're not allowed to extend your COD unless you have a PPA, which you may or may not have at that point. So, you know, with the later COD. So, or you may throw you into CVC territory. So you may really need to use it as construction sequencing and not want to submit a modification request for your COD. So I guess the only question is it just, when you say too early, you know, so they tell you sooner rather than later, but how can that be bad and isn't that good? So they can pull it back sometimes. If they want to go early, for example, that would be, if they wanted you to say 4 months early, that would also be a good thing to know early, I would think, for the PTOs, because they could go plus or minus 6 months. So I just question why is this really a big problem?
Yeah, Susan, I hear you, and I think let's take this to the problem solving conversations. The last thing I want to throw in here, though, is that, you know, each project only has a 6-month allotment for construction sequencing, right? So under your group 3 scenario, if a project is 18 months out from synchronization or COD and uses construction sequencing to extend it by 6 months, there is no more construction sequencing once you get to that point, right? And
sure, yeah, of course.
Everybody knows that. At risk for being, you know, in breach of contract and not meeting.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So
everybody
just want
knows
to highlight that a little bit. And that's part of what we can discuss later in the process. But I hear you loud and clear on that.
Okay, that's fine. And then just so I don't have to raise my hand again, the limited operations study, yay, thank you for putting it sooner. If you could do it even sooner than that, that would be great. But certainly this is a lot better than 5 months. So, you know, plus for that.
Yeah, thanks. We knew you'd like it. This is the one we knew everybody would like. All right, yeah, so then thanks for the segue, Susan. I think, yeah, I don't.
Can I say one more thing, though, about the that last part there? On the MMAs, if the MMAs would impact the LOS results, then I can see why that would be an issue. But some MMAs may not impact the LOS results, and so maybe they should still be allowed.
We would consider that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It looks like there's 2 other on the line, 2 or 3.
Move to Kathleen Colbert with Vistra. Great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert with Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi. So a couple things briefly.
On your first bullet, the second sub-bullet, the notice to proceed and other milestones to be updated, I have a soft preference for not trying to present as like a VISTA proposal, a potential proposal on updating milestones, but I wanted to ask if the CAISO, you know, we talked about this last week, and we mentioned the data on there's projects that are even beyond their milestone dates, even from what you can see from the public queue. There's projects that are probably, you know, lagging some of their milestones. The rules are not very clear on what the expectation is, the requirements are for updating those milestones, even as it's kind of working through the process, or it's in the post-study process, but we're not 12 months, we're not within 12 months. So I think my question for you, Jason, is, do you think that's in scope of this flag that you're already presenting, or are you narrowly focused on that, like 12 months prior to COD? Can I start with that question first?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we're married to the 12-month time frame, but we're trying, I think the question we're trying to solve in this process is, what is the right time frame for projects to submit their modification request, get everything that they need updated before they achieve the milestones that they're trying to achieve? And I think 12 months was just thrown out there, kind of blue sky, if you will, of here's one concept, here's one time frame, right? But we're open to other perspectives on what that might look like.
Yeah, what I'm working through in my mind is what the trigger is for the 12 months, to try to figure out if this encapsulates the set of projects that both have identified they're moving to commercial operations and are going to submit an MMA to reflect those dates, versus a set of projects that have a milestone date. So I heard an example of a project with a 2015 COD date. If that's in the current milestone for COD, and then everything back from it is earlier, but the current COD is some date in 2015, there must be some update on the view of what the next COD is, if it's making progress towards an actual COD date. So is the trigger, if you're within 12 months and you know that your COD is not accurate, are you required to update it? Let me pause. And do you have any reaction to, you see the way that I'm framing my question?
I think I do. And I just want to clarify, you're talking about limit time frame number 2, right? That's kind of what you're
I'm actually talking about the next one. So requirements for a notice to proceed and other milestones to be updated and defined in addition to the in-service date, sync, and COD. What I'm trying to figure out is the requirement to update your milestones. Like, what's our best practice for keeping milestones updated?
Yeah.
Are you?
Okay.
My suggestion is, does it make sense? The scope. I'm hoping that the scope of what you're considering and the proposals that you're going to put forward get at 2 problems. The first one being, you're required to update these once you know your construction timeline and you have a firm COD date. The second being, if you know that you're lagging and you need to move your dates, what's the requirement for when that needs to happen? Like, how long can a project reasonably wait before it's not appropriate for them to have not updated their milestones?
Yeah. So I understand fully where you're at now. I apologize for the misunderstanding there. Okay, so let me add some color around this one. So currently, a modification request only identifies in-service, synchronization, and COD dates, right? And then the language within the old letters, the new modification reports, identifies language that says the ISO and PTO will coordinate with this project to update its milestones in the GIA once it's amended, or as it's amended, right? And I think we all know that those amendments don't happen in the next days or weeks. They take sometimes months or longer to get the contracts actually updated. So what we in the key management team have figured out or determined is how do we hold projects accountable if the amendments haven't been updated to reflect those notice to proceed, start of construction, other milestones that are in the GIA, right? We have a very large inability to manage the projects accurately and force them to either submit a new modification because they haven't met those milestones until we realize that they're not going to be that ISD sync or COD that we previously identified. So that says the idea here is in your modification request, you also will need to identify your updated milestones in the contract. The two that we have identified here, or I guess the one that we have identified here is notice to proceed, right? Notice to proceed and maybe start of construction or some other, I don't know, milestones. We'd have to look at the GIA Appendix Bs, LGIA Appendix Bs, and just identify what those milestones are that we would require as part of a modification request so that when we issue a modification report, those milestones become contractual and obligations of the company, the project, so that queue management can hold those projects accountable to those new timelines that are requested and approved. Follow?
Can I give you, I do follow. Can I give you an example to take back and think about? I'm just going to ask to put this in the parking lot and for everyone to think about it. Sure. So hypothetically, let's say a project has a COD date of July 1st of 2023. Friday would be the last business day before that date. I can say with certainty that you would know, I would already know today if it was at risk or not. Definitely by Friday, you would know if it's at risk. Is there a requirement to submit the MMA, and then in the context of your second, the extension of the timeline to 60 days, you would effectively have a working like 2-month grace period past a COD for the MMAs to be updated, you know, the timeline for that MMA. But my hypothetical question is, July 1st is the COD. What is the expectation and rule around updating that when you're on, let's say, June 30th? And you know it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so I don't have an answer for you there. I would say that the internal discussions that the queue management team is having on how we manage projects and the reviews that we're implementing internally about looking 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months out to say what milestones are approaching for a list of for all the projects that are active in the queue, and then analyzing each one of those individually to say, is it reasonable that this project is or isn't going to meet these milestones? And if they're not, it's now our responsibility to improve our project management and go out and talk to these projects and say, hey, you have a milestone that's X number of months out. Are you actually going to meet this? And if you're not, you need to submit a modification to push that out so that we can start tracking more realistic dates and milestones relative to these projects. Is that?
It is. I think I'm looking for a change to the rules that I think would have a ton of benefit that sounds like we haven't really thought through yet. So I'm just asking for us to take that back. I actually think that is not in our best interest to be that flexible. I'm not sure what piece we want to put around it, which is why I'm not proposing today or even necessarily on the 11th, like specific timelines. But I think it is really important that we look at this from the perspective of, and if you were supposed to come online on Saturday of this week and you're not, there should be some flexibility for maybe a few months to get it updated. But there is a point at which it's just now not accurate information. And that inaccurate information is going to negatively impact all of the studies. So it has this cascading impact on everything. And so it's a problem that we just really want to make sure it's included well in the scope, that there is a new rule or requirement for milestones to be kept accurate with the best information you have. And that has to be done with an MMA. But that is something we're looking for as a part of these transformational changes.
Sure. Yeah, and I would look forward to seeing your proposal and concept here on the 11th if you have something specific around it. Also, this is the ISO trying to balance, us being laissez-faire and allowing it to, allowing projects to just develop as they are without interference and us being over the top and trying to hammer in and be the police of these projects as well, right? And so here we are in the balance of what this looks like. So for the sake of time, Kathleen, I appreciate your feedback, and I want to keep moving through the conversation here and make sure we get through all of it.
That sounds great. Just one more note, and I'm very short and brief. This one's easy, is that just to make sure to clarify that an MMA could be submitted prior to requesting the LOS, and that the 9-month timeline should facilitate both completing the MMA review and the LOS, and if not, you should review your proposal on that one to make that clear. Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks.
We can take that back, thank you. And Sushant?
All right. Sushant Bharat, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 questions. First one on the LOS and MMA linkage. Would like to hear a little bit more on why ISO is proposing that MMA has to be complete. We have a couple of examples where both have moved in parallel, and it would have been an issue for the project in very critical stages of financing, where if they were not allowed to move in parallel. And the rationale is LOS is only testing what megawatt output can be put out on the grid, and MMA cannot change the net megawatt output to the grid anyways. So if an MMA moves in parallel and if it fails, then the LOS is anyways left useless in some ways, which each project has to make sure that their MMA is not material. So if it is deemed material, the LOS also fails. So we don't see an issue in allowing them to move concurrent. Any thoughts on that?
This is something that we'll certainly have to take on a case-by-case, request-by-request case or basis. The example of why this came to the table was we had a couple of LOS requests submitted, at which point we realized there was modifications at play that were changing the modeling of the projects, and the operations engineers needed to include the current models in the LOS study to ensure that all things were operating and functioning properly. And so this came to the table just to ensure that, you know, we bring awareness to this and just make sure that, you know, projects aren't trying to take parallel paths and update their project and do an LOS at the same time, but we're doing the right thing by way of modeling and reliability as we do these analysis and studies.
Got it. Yeah, okay. So we'll probably have some thoughts on that. The other question was on the one-time request for MMAs. There's also have been cases where developers submit 30% or 60% designs to PTOs. PTOs notice some change and they ask developers to first get an MMA approved. So I'd actually like to hear from PTOs if they're on the call, that would they be okay with moving forward with design if there are minor changes without having to go through multiple MMAs?
Sushant, if any PTOs want to chime in here, please feel free. I would say, Sushant, maybe send me an email with that question and some, you know, paint a picture around it as well, and I'll certainly take it back as part of some internal review, and then, yeah, we're going to talk about a survey later that could be a good question to ask.
Yep. Thanks.
We have Rayan Quadro. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly suggest that since the LOS and MMA item is really about study assumptions, seems to me that you could ask the developer to, quote unquote, take on the risk of the MMA being assumed and direct the CAISO to move forward with the LOS, assuming the MMA is approved. You know, especially since we have such a high rate of MMAs being approved, it seems like an easy policy change that wouldn't change or rush anybody's process. And in the very odd case that the MMA is not approved, then the LOS is invalid. And, you know, in that case, you have a whole other lot of problems anyway.
Yeah, Ryan, I hear you, and we've talked about that actually, and one of the considerations was, you know, ensuring at least that the MMA is valid and complete so that it can be studied. And given the rate of approvals, we've considered just operating under that mechanism as well. So at least get an IR package valid before an LOS could start. So yes, I hear you. Take that loud.
Maybe. Sometimes I'm seeing these IR package requests go back and forth for 3 or 4 months, but that could improve with that new inverter policy. So thanks for the consideration. And I don't know what kind of comments you guys are asked for next, but I'll include it whenever.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. All right.
Okay, I think that's it.
Perfect. And then if we can cruise to the next slide, please. All right. And, you know, in light of what I've already shared is, you know, with the queue management team looking at ways under our current policy and procedures and authority, how can we hold projects accountable? You know, the idea with these items here was, you know, is there other darker lines we can draw in the policy that would give queue management a bit more weight, if you will, when we're trying to determine which projects are proceeding forward, and I'll use the word viable, right, and are proceeding forward, but if they're not and they're not meeting certain milestones or timelines or requirements, what kind of darker lines does the queue management team and the ISO have to withdraw projects from the queue? And that's really what these items are intending, and certainly they're not set in stone by any means, and we're open to discussion and perspective and ideas here. We can go ahead and take comments.
Okay, let's start with Susan Schneider. Susan, maybe raise your hand if you have a comment. For now, there you go. Okay, let's go back to Susan Schneider.
You did stellar. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was waiting to be unmuted and it didn't look like I was. Okay, anyway, it seemed like the notice, the deadline to, excuse me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hey, Susan, keep going. Not sure what that was.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to, the deadlines for milestones and for third postings are based on the study, you know, the timelines for the upgrades. And so it wasn't clear why you would have to give notice to proceed and third postings before, you know, for example, some of your upgrades may be really long lead time upgrades. You might be phasing the third posting. Some projects do because they have very long lead time upgrades or very short lead time upgrades. And so I'm not sure, it wasn't clear to me why you would change that. Why would it be based on something besides the actual schedule for construction for the upgrades? The 10-year mark there, that again, it seems very arbitrary. We talked earlier about how the fact is that the study process is now taking 6 or 8 months longer than it was because of the TPD allocations and reassessments. Some projects actually, like offshore wind, might need more than 10 years. As long as you have viability criteria, there's not any reason to limit this. If they show they're viable and they have PPAs or whatever it is it needs to show that they're viable, why would you limit this? And then, as I said before, energy only projects, I think you've already got viability criteria. If you just took out the PPA requirements, you might be able to use the same ones. So that's actually a good idea. But limiting the COD extensions once you convert, again, why would they be treated very different from any other energy only projects? It wasn't really clear why that would happen. And the whole idea of taking away the cost caps after 7 years, again, don't understand why that makes sense, because the cost caps are all escalated. And so if you're going to go after 7 years, your cost caps are going to get escalated too. And so why would you not have that protection after 7 years? Anyway, I guess some of these, the overall comment here is these weren't exactly justified. And so it would be helpful to know why you thought these were good ideas. But for the most part, other than, you know, putting some kind of viability limitations on energy only projects generally, not just ones that were converted, you know, maybe the CAISO could explain why they thought these were a good idea.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of hit a lot of points there. I hear you on the 10-year and the 7-year cost cap. We can certainly take that back, and I think some of this also will play a bit into what ends up in the problem statement 1 outcome and the process going forward there too. So we may need to step back or push this aside for the short term. Relative to the limitations and requirements for energy-only projects, I would say the idea here is we, the community management team, are seeing a significant number of projects be converted to energy-only because they are not meeting the commercial viability criteria, meaning, you know, hitting that 7 or 8 year mark in the queue with the one-time extension opportunity. And we've also seen a number of projects based on even the data that we shared in the last call, where we have 78 energy-only projects, and a number of them are, you know, have been in the queue for quite a significant amount of time. And the question then becomes, you know, I'm not the one to answer this question, but the question becomes, you know, are they truly projects that are proceeding in the queue, or are they sitting here because they wouldn't otherwise withdraw and forfeit half of their financial security postings, right? If they can sit in the queue at no cost and continue to market their project and try and, you know, try and become a viable project, if you will, why wouldn't you? But, you know, there are also these 78 projects, these 78 energy-only projects that are in the queue are certainly impacting those other projects that do have PPAs that are already under construction, that are moving forward, that may or may not be impacted by the other energy-only projects. And so the question here is there limitations and requirements we can put on projects that are or have been converted to energy-only, and you know.
Well, I think there's an issue here where, you know, viability criteria are just, yeah, I think possibly would be a good idea here in general, where you should have to show that you're viable. I think there is also a provision already in these, I apologize, it's 6.5.2.1, but I can't remember if that's GitApp or the BPM for GitApp. But there's a provision that says if you are, if you're extending your COD for energy only, you have to show, first of all, that there are obstacles that make it, you know, that made it that got in the way of you completing your project, and then those obstacles are now removed so that you can move on to complete the project. And I'll try, and I apologize, I don't remember which document it is, just the section number, but there are requirements already, even for energy only projects, for extending CODs, and just because a project was converted to energy only doesn't make it, you know, I'm not sure you should punish them because they're still they're now energy only, but for energy only projects in general, yeah, there should be some viability demonstration or some reason why do you need more than 7 years or 8 years or 10 years or whatever it is. But there should be reasonable ways they can justify it, but there should be, you know, some milestones that they would have to achieve as well. So I think the viability criteria is a good idea, but I don't see why you should punish projects because they lost their deliverability, as long as they can show that they're still moving forward and not just sitting there. So that's
yeah, Susan, I think we would all appreciate seeing, you know, a proposal and those viability criteria, if you will, for energy only projects in your proposal on the 11th, if you have any.
Okay, yeah, well, we had, in LSA, we had said basically you can use the same viability criteria used for deliverability retention, only maybe take out the PPA requirements, or that the PPA has to have a COD, you know, has to have RA. Obviously, that doesn't make sense in this case, but there you have viability criteria already that you apply for retention of deliverability, and those could possibly be, you know, enhanced or extended or applied to energy-only projects as well. you know, again, giving them a reasonable chance to provide a definition and to show that they can proceed ahead, but, you know, but still, you know, start with what you've already got basically and see if that will, you know, some modification of that will work.
Sounds good. Thank you for that feedback.
Okay, let's move to Rayanne Quadra. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Just one question for you, Jason, as I consider these things. Do you see that there's a distinction in your policies or your potential future actions between withdrawing a project that hasn't executed a GIA and withdrawing a project that has executed a GIA and thus would require a FERC termination to support that withdrawal?
I think I think the question that kind of just raises the viability of a project, right? It's one of the criteria established. If you are in the queue and don't have a GIA, are you really intending on moving forward? So I think there's different tariff language that exists today that we can utilize. And in fact, I think the contract negotiators team is looking at that language now to say, if you're not proceeding forward with negotiating a GIA, we are going to threaten to withdraw you from the queue.
Yeah, that definitely exists today. I think it's like a failure to negotiate or something like that. But the language is already in there, and I imagine the MMA process makes that sometimes difficult, you know, it's a chicken or the egg situation. But I think I was leaning more towards, are you proposing that the CAISO's potential future tariff authority to withdraw a project would then lead the CAISO to file for GIA termination as well? Or are there going to be different standards for those two situations?
Yeah, so for projects that have executed GIAs, I think here's where we have to, you know, balance and look at things on a case-by-case basis, but also maintain consistency in that case-by-case basis, right? And you know, here we could run into about 100 different scenarios to say, well, what if a project is this, or what if a project is that, what if they're there, or what if they're here, and you know, that's one of the problems we're trying to solve is what are those lines that we can draw to hold projects accountable and be consistent with it along the progression of project development. And if you're not doing those things, we want to be able to withdraw you.
Yeah. Okay, that was my only question for now. Thank you.
All right, let's move to Kathleen Colbert.
Thank you. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I think the way that Rayanne just sliced and diced that was super helpful. I was taking notes. Projects with an executed IA, projects without an executed IA, but maybe are in the process of negotiating versus those that haven't even begun negotiation. Maybe those are the three paths. I will definitely take that lens back and think through it. For my earlier example, I would say assume that project has an executed interconnection agreement because it intended to come online on Saturday of this week. It has slipped. It is definitely not coming online. I think the questions that I'm struggling with is what's a reasonable slippage for us to consider that just a margin of error, the normal slippage and delays, is that 3 months, 6 months, a year, without having to have an affirmative requirement to update that IA? I think that's an open question. I'll try to bring something to the 11th, but I want us all to think about it because that is a hard question. It's as difficult as the viability question. So not just is it what's viable, but once we're at a point where you have an IA, you have a date, and you're slipping, what's just normal slippage versus what's slippage that it's causing inaccuracies in all the other processes, right? It's causing adverse impacts where we need to have a requirement. I think that I'd also, last comment just to flag for you is I don't believe the GIDAP processes use this approach, but there are CAISO like the reliability requirements processes do use the concept of you have a given due date for a plan,
and I would use the plan as an analogous to an MMA. So you submit the MMA with your updated milestones. That's the plan for what you intend to amend your IA for, based on the best information you have at the time, right? So if we say that there's a certain amount of slippage that's normal, there's a requirement to update that IA by submitting an MMA within, let's say, hypothetically 6 months of slippage. If not submitted by that due date, in the RA world, there's a $500 per day penalty for any delays on the plan submitted. So there is an analogy to in-CAISO processes of setting the due date for updating your information, requiring folks to meet that requirement, and if not, it's a BPM penalty for $500 per day. We'd have to talk through what do you do with those penalties to be revenue neutral, but since it's not in the interconnection process, I wanted to make sure you were thinking about all of the tools in the CAISO's tool set.
Yeah, Kathleen, I appreciate the feedback and look forward to the proposal discussion too. I think I would add one element to your first set of comments on the slippage, if you will. I would say, the question is, what is the status of all the other elements of the project? Are they under construction? Are they under construction and 3 days from achieving their milestone and slipping? Or are they 18 months out and just starting construction and slipping in some of their earlier milestones? And what does that slippage look like? And how do we police that? How do we look at that and evaluate that and determine, how does the ISO one determine whether a project is or isn't slipping? That's not, I don't know that that's for us to determine, but we're trusting that the project is doing what they can do to keep their project moving, right? And I'd like to add to your concept of not just 3 days out from achieving commercial operation, but look at 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months out, and what slippage looks like in those different stages based on the various statuses of the project and or the GIA.
No, that's super helpful, and I'm very much so on the same page with the questions. I'm hoping to have a collaborative discussion with everyone about what might be good solutions. Thanks.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Kathleen, appreciate it.
Okay, let's move to Dave Peck. Go ahead.
From the Public Advocate's Office. The concept of project accountability, we strongly support increasing the rigor that's behind that. And Susan brought up some good points about is the 10 years in the queue arbitrary, and it could be, but I guess the other point is there's projects that have been in the queue for many years. I think there's one that's at least 15 or 20 years it's been in the queue, and so I mean those seem to be, there should be methods to eliminate any of those type of projects that just aren't making progress, and so whether it's these specific items or others, it makes sense to implement those. And another point would be a lot of these recommendations you have for managing the queue. It seems like a lot of these kinds of changes could be implemented much quicker than some of the ideas like this auction or, requiring applications to be located in the TPP zone or the IRP zones. And so CAISO should consider, 2 phases, which would be to get a lot of these items for managing the queue, like increasing study deposits and increasing project accountability, get those bundled up and in front of FERC as soon as possible, so we can start addressing the current queue versus worrying about a lot of the things that are going to happen, the next time you open up the application window. And one question I have for CAISO is, you suggest increasing the deposits to $30,000. Now, we understand that PJM requires study deposits that are based on the size of the project. As the project gets larger, the study deposits get higher. Is that something CAISO is considering?
So I think, yeah, Dave, first off, I appreciate your feedback. The faster implementation of the managing the queue topics is something that we'll take back and have a discussion on and see if we want to separate sort of two phases, if you will, in the IPE process. No guarantees, but we'll certainly take that back and talk about it. And then as far as tiering the deposits, I think what you're referring to with PJM is their actual interconnection request application deposits and tiering that based on their project size. I think tiering the modification request deposit is something I'll take back and consider. You know, Susan mentioned earlier, kind of having bifurcating a simple request versus a complex request. Maybe that's something we consider on our end. But yeah, let's jump into that, maybe into the solution space. But yeah, certainly something to consider here.
Yeah, and you know, the other things to consider is that a lot of these items that were adopted by PJM have already been approved by FERC. And so those are very high probability of, you know, being able to get FERC approval if CAISO does it. And so, you know, we strongly urge us looking at not only that and other improvements like changing over to a first ready, first serve queue priority, you know, so that's my comment. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for the input.
Okay, let's move to Fernando Cornejo.
Cornejo with SE. I just had a question on the under the project accountability where we state here, or the CAISO's got must achieve commercial operation by 10 years in queue, and there's been a lot of conversation around its arbitrariness and, you know, whether or not that's the right number. I guess that might be subject to debate, but 10 years, I'm not sure. I mean, that's in essence going back to what we had through the serial process when, you know, serial projects are able to stay in the queue for 10 years and clusters are allowed 7 years. I'm curious as to what the CAISO had in mind in terms of incentivizing or nudging interconnection customers with their appropriate behavior to move forward by extending that time in the queue. Not sure if that's kind of in alignment with the overall objective here of trying to get you know, unviable queues or excuse me, unviable projects that are lingering and not really demonstrating forward progress to stay around for an extra 3 years than is currently allowed by the tariff.
Yeah, Fernando, the clarification on the 7 and 10 year mark, the current policy is projects that are staying in the queue longer than the 7 or 10 year mark, their only consequence right now is the loss of deliverability or the conversion to energy only. And there's little authority for the ISO to withdraw a project that remains in the queue but loses deliverability after that 7 or 10 year mark. So the idea with this must achieve commercial operation within 10 years, I'm not saying that is the magic number, but the idea with this concept or idea is that there's an outside limit on projects remaining in the queue, and if you do not achieve commercial operation or some factor by a certain date or a certain time in queue, or maybe the idea is X number of years after you receive your phase 2 study. Maybe we reframe how we look at that. But the idea is, what is that black and white line for a project to remain in the queue, otherwise be withdrawn?
Okay, so here we might have been just as appropriate or to put must achieve commercial operation by a certain time frame or something to be determined. I just think 10 years, I would agree. Several commenters have indicated it's arbitrary, and I would disagree with the 10 years being the appropriate timeline, given that it seems like it's an extension of the existing available time frame for developers to get to that commercial operation, at least if they're a cluster project. And so those are my comments. And it sounds like you're not wedded to 10 years, but it sounds like we need to determine what is the proper baseline and some factor above that to allow for movement and ultimately get to the COD. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Fernando. I'll add a kind of just said a different way, right? Kind of re-explaining my answer earlier and clarifying what you were just pointing to is, you know, project currently proceeding through the queue, if they hit the 7-year mark and, you know, they have a 1-year opportunity to extend that to the 8-year mark without providing a PPA. If they have a PPA, they can extend beyond that 8th year until they lose the PPA or achieve commercial operation, of course. Right. If they don't have a PPA, they are then converted to energy only, and there's no outside limitation beyond that 7 or 8 year mark. And what this really is intended to say is, even if you're converted to energy only, then there's still an outside mark that says if you don't achieve commercial operation by that outside mark, then you're deemed withdrawn or something. So, anyways, hopefully that clarified a bit. If you have ideas and proposals, we would love to hear additional ideas or concepts or proposals on the 11th.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jason. I mean, I understand there's a need to maybe, you know, be flexible here, given the recent experience with increased clusters and additional burdens and work that's needed to perform those studies. So, okay, it's taking a little bit longer to do that work, and that's, you know, understandable. But when I saw the 10 years, I'm going to add an additional 3 years from what's currently allowed for the tariff. And to your point, just because you didn't get a deliverability or because you've converted to energy only, and to allow that resource just to remain in the queue for 3 additional years, it would be nice to refine the process. I don't have any proposals in mind off the top of the head here, but something that would abbreviate that additional, whatever it is, you know, the X plus some delta that would allow for that resource to exit the queue.
Yep, I hear you and agree.
Okay, thank you.
And real quick, we had a note in the comments from Aisha Berry with Recurrent Energy. In the accountability section, should we include PTO's accountability to account for situations when network upgrade delays trigger project ISD and COD delays?
It's certainly a good consideration. I think PTO consequences is not something that we would highlight here in the ICE process. I don't know, Jeff Billington, if you've been paying attention, if you have any comments or thought on that. So, yes, I guess one thing that the ISO does allow is when a project is, I'm sorry, let me reframe that. When a PTO provides notification that the milestones for a project are no longer achievable due to the PTO, due to a PTO extension, the ISO does provide that extension without requirements to the project, meaning that there's no commercial viability then required for the project. If the timeline is extended by the PTO beyond the 7-year mark or 8-year mark, then that project does retain their deliverability up to that milestone. So there is some, I wouldn't call it accountability to the PTO, but I would call it more of like no consequence to the customer for changes outside of their control. Otherwise, PTO accountability relative to TPP upgrades and other things, I think, might be what you're referring to, which I don't know that we're going to get into here. Did you want to? Okay. All right. Let's, we have about all right, thanks. Yep, perfect. Thanks, Aisha. Ram, I see your hand up. For the sake of time, we only have about a half an hour left for this topic, so I'm going to cruise to the next slide, if we could, and then I'll hear you loud and clear once we get through this one. So then there's just some additional concepts that the queue management team threw out there. PJM just proposed and had the suspension rights removed from their LGIA through FERC approval. That came out really weird. And then one of the other topics and suggestions we were proposing was to limit transfer of deliverability between projects pre-commercial operation. And then really the concept here was deliverability is not intended to be a tradable asset. It's intended to give viability to a project and intended to help that project proceed to commercial operation and fulfill RA obligations for their off-taker. And yeah. Another relatively straightforward, but the idea here is there are inverter requirements or project requirements around inverters and meeting certain criteria in the LGIA Appendix H. And we are moving to make the attachment 7 of the small generator interconnection agreement consistent with that LGIA large generator interconnection agreement. And then the last item here is the one-time withdrawal opportunity from the queue. Just want to highlight there's a couple things we all have to take into consideration here if we are able to entertain this idea. One of them being the timing of the withdrawal. We want to make sure that it falls in line with the reassessment process to make sure that the next reassessment can take into account any projects that have decided to withdraw from the queue. We would need to determine what happens with the non-refundable funds process. Will it be waived for this one-time process? And then we'll need to determine how to manage the PTO responsibilities for GIAs and the cascading of funds and cost responsibilities for upgrades that are identified in the contracts. Okay, pause here and we'll open it up for discussion. Let's go with Brianne.
Move to Brianne. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Jason. I don't want to speak specifically to the TPD tradability item, but I do want to sort of forewarn that I think you're going to get a lot of pushback on that. I don't think the developer community shares your view on what TPD isn't in terms of an asset. But the reason that I wanted to comment before is I think we are missing a component of the conversation here. We talk a lot today and last week about accountability for the interconnection customer and understanding that it's a more complicated task. I think there has to be some part in this IPE that increases transparency and accountability for the PTO. I don't know what that looks like, but it is a, three-party interconnection agreement. I sort of hope people will propose things and hope the ISO maybe has some ideas on that too.
Yeah, thanks, Fran. I hear you. I don't have an answer or even guidance at this point.
I think to the extent that parties are thinking about that, it would be helpful to just keep in mind the scope of the ISO and, what we have jurisdiction and control over and what we don't. And so to the extent that there are proposals that suggest that we have authority over things, we need to take that into consideration too. And if there's a proposal that requires buy-in or additional responsibilities outside of the ISO's control, those need to be brought up in other venues as well. So not saying we can't talk about it, but just please, if you bring those ideas forward, think through how we can continue to advance those discussions at the same time.
Sure, Daniel, I appreciate that. And maybe looking, at the participating TO agreements that the CAISO has with the utilities or whatnot might help inform what those limitations are. But, the CAISO can seek new authority via this IPE process at the FERC. I guess I'm a little confused about, where CAISO views that authority is ending, especially since this whole proposal is about changing the way things work and the procedures. I'm sorry, is that maybe a lawyer on the line? I couldn't hear.
I don't know what that was.
Had some background noise.
Yeah. Brianne, was that all you had?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and just to, in light of your heads up for the TPD transfer limitations, I guess one thing, in the discussions in the vein of, what does it mean for projects to maintain viability through the life cycle of a project, right? If a project is transferring its deliverability, and deliverability is intended to be meeting an RA capacity or other obligation outside of IPE or through state policy, whatever the case might be, my question would be, what does that mean for project viability? And I don't know, I don't have that answer, but I would ask that question to those who might have comment on it. So with that, let's go to Susan.
Okay, next comment from Susan Schneider.
Yes, well, thank you for anticipating that comment. I guess I'll start with the suspension rights. I guess I think I made this remark one other time, but I personally don't see very many projects going into suspension, and it sounds like, and the right to suspension has been very, very closely reduced, basically, where you can only, suspend if you don't have shared upgrades, or to the extent you don't have shared upgrades, and you can't suspend if it bothers any other project, and you can't suspend, and it's a request. It's not really, calling it a right, I think even is a little bit of a misnomer at this point. So if not many projects use it, and it doesn't, and yet it is some useful maybe for some small number of projects, removing it doesn't really seem to help very much, and probably doesn't need to be done. The TPD transfers, LSA, we saw that as a very, very beneficial thing to allow things like, for example, adding storage and allowing deliverability to be transferred to storage, to allow transfers to other projects at the same POI, at the same voltage level. These are good steps the CAISO has taken to give developers flexibility and to go in the other direction. A project may not be able to use its deliverability, or maybe it's fine as an energy-only project. Solar doesn't give much NQC right now as it is. So transferring that to, say, another storage project at the same POI might be a good thing. So it just, this doesn't mean that a project is not viable, and it doesn't mean, and the project that it's being transferred to can really be helped in viability by getting those rights. And so that I would really think very seriously before you sort of take that away. And then and that's all I want to say about this. But the other two are fine. And the fourth bullet, of course, has been an LSA proposal for some time. Yes, the details will have to be worked out, but it seems like a good thing to give people basically an incentive to get out of the queue, to the extent that in addition to or basically a carrot in addition to the stick. So that's all I've got.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. I think one thing we'd be interested in hearing feedback on is if, you laid out a couple good points about TPD transfers and the limitations. One, to clarify, I would say that we're not limiting transfers between project resources within a single queue position, if you will, right? Or, some circumstances happen where projects combine different queue positions into one GIA, right? And then there's there then becomes that transfer within that now one project, right? I don't think we're seeing any concerns or issues with that perspective. We're seeing concerns on project to project level transfers. And so with that in mind, I think my question would be, what is the case by case criteria that might come into play here in what you were speaking to, where is there certain situations where transfers would be allowed? And maybe we name these specific situations, and then otherwise there are the limitations or withdrawing or downsizing that come into play.
Well, you have just now liberalized this to allow transfer between projects. And before you start taking that right away, then perhaps you could see what happens with that and see if it is being transferred to projects that can better use it. But it seems like it's just a complete flip-flop from a change you just made, I think, last year. So it would be helpful before you just start going in this direction to see if the projects that they're being transferred to are actually using that in a beneficial way. And so therefore this has really turned out to encourage projects to better use the deliverability that may have been awarded earlier. So I'm just, you know, you've just allowed things to go between projects. And then before you just started going in the other direction, perhaps you could just wait and see what happens with that. And see if that turns out to be a good thing.
Yeah, and I think I don't disagree with you, Susan. I think the only other element I would add to that is, in light of what are projects doing when they receive the deliverability, are those being successful? My other question to that would be, what's happening into the projects that are transferring the deliverability to, and what are those projects doing in the queue, and where are they at today?
And that's a very good question. And certainly whatever requirements for viability you put on energy-only projects should also apply to those projects, so they don't linger. And I think that's just, it's a good question, and I certainly would discourage you from looking at that. But they should then be in the sort of the same bucket as any other energy-only project. And if they've been around for a long time, they maybe should have to prove that they're still viable, like any other energy project that's been around for a long time, or energy-only project. So I think that you can handle that problem in a way that is fair to all energy-only projects.
Yeah, and I think that's criteria that we're certainly open to hearing and considering through this.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Kathleen Colbert. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. 2 quick points. First one is on the transmission plan deliverability transfers. I'll just support some of the comments you heard. Deliverability is a very valuable asset on the commercial side, and so I think that you will continue to see it treated that way. I'll echo, I think, some of what Susan was trying to say, but I think is really important just to keep in mind is that it may incent projects to advance and also withdraw more appropriately, as long as these rules are set up really clearly. So, I mean, that's how I think of it. If it is effectuating the right behavior and incentives we want to see, I think that's the kind of proposal we want to see. I'm still thinking through what this means, though, so I'll give you a very tangible example. When you say limit transfer requests from projects that have not started construction nor achieved commercial operation, I'd want the same kind of level of detail with do you mean projects with executed interconnection agreements that have not? Projects without executed interconnection agreements? Like, is there a difference between those 2 types of projects in your mind? Would be one question I have. And the other question I have is, are you thinking that you would want to limit transmission plan deliverability transfers because you want to incentivize interconnection request transfers? So there's like 2 different sections of Appendix DD that talk about these 2 independent concepts. Section 3.9 talks about the transferability of an interconnection request, and versus Section 8.9.9 talks about the transfer of deliverability. I'm getting confused on if you're you're like developing a proposal that's meant to talk about changes in behavior between these 2 things.
Yeah, Colleen, I was just asking Bob if he was familiar with 3.9, and neither one of us are familiar with it off the top of our heads. I don't know that I want to presume here exactly the interpretation of it.
Can you take this back as a question? That's really all I'm asking. If you can think about these 2 different elements. The interconnection request transfer section talks about how interconnection requests are transferred at the point of interconnection versus the deliverability would be the TPD deliverability. If you can put more teeth around your proposal, just clarifying if they're independent and unrelated, that's fine too. But if you can just think about it and kind of flesh that out more, that would be appreciated.
Well, Kathleen, this is Bob. I can pretty confidently say that they are independent and non-related to each other. I think I know
right,
what the
but
one is, but I want to double check.
Yeah, agreed they're independent and unrelated. If you limit TPD transfers, you will probably incentivize interconnection request transfers. You have the two mechanisms. I'm trying to think through, and I'm asking us all to think through, if we pull on one toggle, does it have an impact on the incentives to go down different processes? Does that just the question to take back and think about make sense?
So yeah, if by transfer interconnection request, you mean that they're transferring, and I'll call it selling a project from one interconnection customer entity to another interconnection customer entity, that happens all the time, and we don't have any concerns with it. You're transferring all the rights and obligations of that interconnection request to a new legal entity. You're just selling the project. I would say that happens all the time, right? When you're transferring just deliverability, you're transferring an element of that interconnection request from one queue position to another, and that is very much independent from each other.
That clarity makes sense, and thanks for the back and forth. Just, I'm going to reiterate, if we think about that a little bit more and put some teeth on it for any proposal, straw proposal, I think that would be helpful, because what I heard you just say is you would like to see more of interconnection request transfers done versus this mechanism. And if we're trying to send that signal, I'd like to know that and be able to take it back with that much clarity.
Yeah, just to clarify, Kathleen, we do not, we are agnostic to interconnection request transfers, right? We are studying the queue positions that are currently active in the queue, and you know, we care, but we don't care who they are owned by. And if
I
one,
understand.
Yeah, maybe
I understand why you're agnostic, and let's maybe unpack this on the 11th in more detail. But what I'm trying to hope that you can take away is deliverability is an asset, and mechanisms to transfer it will continue to occur. And so these are two ways to do it. You procure a generating facility and you transfer the interconnection request in its entirety, including the deliverability allocated to it, versus you transfer deliverability between two projects. So from a commercial perspective, you look at the options, how you do it, what the rules allow, and what the rules are incenting. I just recommend thinking about it like that.
Yeah, this is Bob, though. They are two distinct items. It's one thing to buy a project, entire project, and now you've got a project with, as Jason said, your roles and responsibilities remain the same, your COD remains the same, and all the issues related to that project you've bought, versus just transferring deliverability from one project to another that have different criteria and requirements and CODs and all those type of things, you know. So this 3.9 is really just talking about selling of projects. It's a one sentence section, and it's all about just, this is how you, when a project is sold, this is criteria. And it's something we deal with all the time, and it's been going on for a long time, that projects get sold all the time.
Understood, and I don't want to belabor this. To me, these are mechanisms of doing similar things. They are different, but I'd ask you why, right? You think they're different because you now have a project that released deliverability, and so you're asking if it's viable. That's fine. I just want to be clear about the problems that we're trying to define so that we know what the solution is. And I'm happy to talk about this more when we're in person.
Yeah, let's, for the sake of time, let's pause on this. And look forward to hearing more, and we'll step back and think of it on our side too.
I think this is Bob. I think, you know, from my perspective, we have a concern that deliverability becomes a marketable commodity, that you get an allocation and now you've got a commodity and you can sell that deliverability, and it's got a lot of value to it, which in essence can create queue jumping, that someone is in line waiting for deliverability, seeing a project that appears to them to not be viable, and they're going to lose their allocation and they're next in line. Now they just sold it off to somebody else. And so it short circuits really the way that deliverability was intended to be allocated.
And maybe the reason I don't see the distinction you do is that the rules are so simple for the interconnection request transfer that while it says you can procure the generating facility, it's for an interconnection request that has not commenced construction. So you can also submit an MMA once you're the interconnection customer holding that interconnection request after you've made that transfer to change all those details that you were mentioning would change. And if you're not intending for the process to kind of look like this, maybe it's something you just want to put more teeth around. I did have one more comment, so I don't want to belabor this. My last comment is on the one-time withdrawal opportunity. I understand why you want to discuss this, but this looks a great deal like retroactive rate making, and I'm very concerned about including proposals within the scope of this entire initiative that could put the entire thing at risk unless it's made severable. So if you want to if we've moved down this path, highly recommend this is a severable element so that does not put the rest of the filing at risk, because this is very fraught with retroactive rate making. Thanks.
Hi, this is Bob. I want to make sure I understand that you're talking about the proposed option of a one-time opportunity to withdraw your project and getting your financial security back. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it could put the entire package at risk.
I guess I don't understand that. I would think that if people want to take advantage of it, it's actually an option. How do you think that would harm other projects and actually be considered retroactive rate making?
Yeah, there's long-standing history about some of these things. So it's one of those things that could just get really bogged down in FERC precedent. So you might want to consider it either as severable or as a separate filing. But the reason is that when you make decisions based on the rate at the time, which includes the funds, whether they're refundable or non-refundable, that is a decision you're making based on the current and active rate. If that decision is entered into and a whole slew of parties are exposed to that in the same rate, and then you want to consider a change to a one-time opportunity to basically waive the rate that was in effect when that decision was made, that can fall under retroactive rate making concerns. And I'm not quibbling on whether this is positive or negative. I would not want to see any proposal in a package that is this important have any kind of risk with FERC. So at a minimum, would want it to be severable, and we can unpack the details of what the proposal looks like, but that is a risk. And I know that was a principle that Danielle and everyone talked through, is just being mindful that we mitigate our FERC risk, so that's why I'm flagging it.
All right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to Fernando Cornejo.
Yeah, hi, this is Fernando. I wanted to just kind of get back a little bit to the discussion, good conversation, Bob, that you were having here regarding the limitations on the deliverability transfer issue. I think there's a fundamental distinction that needs to be made here, and I've heard folks kind of using terms interchangeably, somewhat loosely, but I think there's a distinction that needs to be noted that, yes, deliverability is an asset. However, at least from SE's perspective, it's not a property right. Deeming it a property right would lead to all the potential concerns that you are outlining, Bob, about potentially having a secondary market where someone's selling the deliverability and making whatever profit and potentially delaying the existing interconnection process and allocation of deliverability by hoarding such deliverability. So I think the limitations and what you at least have conceptually identified here, I know there's not much detail, is something that is realistically something that can happen. Rightfully so, and furthermore, the deliverability concept is, at the end of the day, you're getting network upgrades that are funded by ratepayers, and so there's that reimbursement that happens back to the interconnection customers. But at the end of the day, all this is going to get paid by ratepayers. So if there's any ownership here or entitlement, that would reside at least back to the ratepayers and not within the interconnection customers to have that ultimate decision. So I just wanted to make that point, at least from SE's perspective. That would be our position. And then on the last issue here on proposing a one-time withdrawal opportunity from the queue, obviously, as an incumbent PTO, we would have very serious concerns about the PTO having any funding requirements and the possibility that there's a withdrawal by a customer that has cascading effects where ultimately the backstop financing obligation lies in the PTO, we would need to have some serious discussion to mitigate that concern. And so that if that is something that we as an industry move forward with, that the issues that I'm mentioning here are properly addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando. Yes, hear you on those.
Then Ryan Miller, go ahead.
Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Yeah, this is Ryan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hi, Brian. Or Ryan, sorry.
No, no worries. Going back to a point that Kathleen raised about retroactive rate making, I don't want to contradict that point because Nexera recognizes that any tariff amendments CAISO makes that emanate from subsequent reforms can only be accepted by FERC with prospective effect. However, there are things that the CAISO can apply and do to those tariff revisions, to interconnection requests that are already in the queue, with the recognition that some projects are mature enough to proceed under the existing rules. Less mature projects can use transitional rules, and others can be allotted options to exit the queue altogether. There's some nuance there that I think we can walk through and talk about. So it's not a contradiction of the concern about retroactive rate making, which is very real, but I think there is room to apply what we consider retrospective changes to the interconnection reform. So I hope that is understood, and I hope that conversation can continue in these working groups.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ryan. And I think the big element there is, or big piece of it is, this would be an optional withdraw, right? It's not a forced withdraw by any means. The question then becomes, like Kathleen alluded to, is the financial aspect of it and how that plays out based on the previous policy.
And I guess my little nick here is really just let's continue to have that conversation, because I don't think it can be, disregarded right now at this point in the process.
Sure. Yeah, we don't intend to stop the conversation. We want to hear all the variables and pros and cons and concerns before we make a final decision.
That's it from me. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ryan.
Well, I do not see any other questions.
All right.
I see a comment from Aisha Berry with Recurrent Energy just saying IC does not support the removal of suspension rights. But other than that, there's nothing in the queue.
Sounds good. Thanks, Caitlin. And yes, we did see the comment from Aisha. Thank you. So with that, I think we are right exactly on time for a 15-minute break here. So I would move to taking a break, and we'll reconvene at 2:45.
Okay. We'll return at 12:45 or 2:45.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll pick it up where we left off. Jason and Danielle, Bob.
Thanks, Caitlin. And if you could advance to the next slide, too. Before we go into next steps for schedule and things like that, we did want to have some time on the agenda just to talk through what we've heard from you and to make sure we're able to capture any additional questions or suggestions you all have around two items in particular. The first is any data needs that you all have to help inform decisions that your company or entity is making around some of these proposed solutions. And the second is around project viability. We had some conversation about this last week and certainly a little bit more today around what constitutes viability, at what point in the process viability should be evaluated, things like that. We are planning on putting together an anonymous survey, probably using a SurveyMonkey tool or something like that. And we want to just make sure that we're directing our questions in the right way, or that we're setting that survey up in order to get the best feedback from all of you. Again, it will be anonymous. But we wanted to just open a little time up to hear from you about whether there are specific questions that you think would be helpful for us to ask, or any information that you need from us in this process.
We do have a few hands up. Let's go to Susan Schneider.
I wonder if it would be possible to get, yes, I'm not muted. I'm not sure what's going on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, you're good.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, I wonder if it's possible to get some information on two areas that we talked about today. One of them is project suspensions, and the other one is TPD transfers. For project suspensions, maybe to know how many suspensions have there been. Do projects suspend and then do they all drop out, or do they actually proceed? So, I mean, if it turns out that suspension is being used just to, to prolong the inevitable, that would be good to know. Whereas if they actually use it for some purpose where that allows them to move on after the suspension, that would be good to know as well. So if there's any way to get any information on suspensions, that would be great. And as far as the TPD transfers, how many have there been? How many since the CAISO started allowing them between projects in particular, since it seems like that's really what's on the table here? How many have there been? And perhaps if you know, since it hasn't been very long, but what might have happened since then? Did the projects that transferred from drop out? Did they proceed as energy only? Or again, some information that would allow a more informed opinion about both of those areas, I think would be very helpful.
Thanks, Susan.
And then we have Aisha Berry. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I made this request in the workshop last week, but I'll reiterate it. If ISO could demonstrate how the transmission zone capacity map, CPUC's IRP plan, and active generation in the CAISO queue can be utilized to identify projects in Cluster 15 that align with Concept 1 recommendations for Phase 1 study, that would be great. It would be helpful to understand the technology and point of interconnection considerations. And additionally, it will help us understand how much of the capacity that is being shown is being spoken for, it's already taken, and how much of it is available.
Okay, thank you.
Susan, did you have a follow-up question? I see your hand is raised. Okay, I think that's it for now.
Okay, great.
Well, this is Bob. We are, as Danielle mentioned, we're going to be doing this anonymous survey, so people may be hesitant to actually speak in a public forum what they think the questions might be as well. So if you have questions you think we should be asking in that survey, feel free to go ahead and email us at the email address that'll be at the end of this presentation.
Okay,
all right.
Let's jump into next steps then. So I think, as everyone knows, we have one more working group session planned for July 11th. We did look into whether this could potentially be a hybrid or in-person event, and unfortunately we aren't able to host on site on the 11th. So this will likely be another virtual event. This is going to be where we're going to present, or hear you present and discuss some of your proposals around interconnection intake and queue management. So we'll see what we can do to try to make that as interactive and to avoid any kind of burnout from all of you. I know it's a long time to spend on a WebEx, but we appreciate all your engagement. And then we do plan to accept comments 2 weeks after that final working group. And this is all in development of the draft straw proposal. So we will take a look at those comments that you all submit. The comments will be directed toward everything that we've discussed, you know, with the recognition of the final principles and problem statements in mind. We'll ask you to provide some feedback on the principle or the proposals that we've proposed, as well as the proposals that you'll hear from other stakeholders. And then we'll take that all into consideration as we develop the straw proposal. We are open to having additional working group meetings. I know you all are eager to get dates on the calendar for that, and we are as well. So if you have additional feedback on whether an additional working group would be helpful, or if you think it's best to have a working group after we finish the straw proposal, we can do that as well. So we are interested in just informal stakeholder feedback on that, and we can open that up for discussion right now too, since we have a little bit of time. We are still trying to move forward with this proceeding as quickly as possible. We are still looking at December of 2023, but I think starting to realize with just the volume of issues that we have before us and some unresolved questions that may slide to February or March. So we are working to get you an updated schedule and open to your feedback on that as well. We just really want to make sure that this doesn't affect anything in cluster 15 phase 1 studies. So any
hands up.
Okay, great, thanks.
Let's go to Kathleen Colbert.
Hey, this is Kathleen Colbert from District. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to follow, and I know the slide says possible hybrid, but I heard you say, Danielle, that it seems very unlikely that we can have an in-person meeting for the 11th. I want to pull on that thread a little bit and kind of see why. So I was looking at the calendar. I know that there's no competing meeting. Is there a can you explain what the challenge is with holding an in-person meeting? Because maybe we could all brainstorm a solution together. Like if it's a matter of the CAISO for some reason has some other training, you have a lot of people on site, whatever it is, that is a critical operation that is not a stakeholder meeting, maybe we could look at reserving space somewhere in Folsom to host an in-person meeting. I think I see Joanne off. Joanne, do you mind helping?
Yeah, I can take this. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks, Kathleen, for the question. And we've really been looking at a number of angles to support in person. Our challenge at the ISO facility is that our boardroom, you know, our main big 3-room boardroom area is undergoing complete reconstruction in terms of upgrading the equipment. So we are very limited on space at the ISO. And so the only room we have available is the room that we did the in-person last week. And we have not been able to remove a conflict with that room right now for the 11th. So that's our constraint. We are thinking, and if stakeholders are open to this, we don't have a lot of time, but we did contemplate looking for some hotel space in Folsom. So we're happy to pursue that, given the importance of this initiative and given the importance of in-person. I just don't know how successful we'll be in such short notice to line up a facility. So that's where we are.
That's super helpful. I want to throw just as much support as I possibly can behind it. You know, the meetings last week were very productive. We made a lot of progress with how aggressive your schedule is. I think we need an in-person working groups. Like this has been an effective meeting, but you can tell the difference, right, between last week and today. And I am fully on board. Like we're committed, and I'll let others kind of throw their additional support behind this. But if you need help, I'm like, do you need me to call people to try and find space? But like, I will be there.
as long as we can find a place. And if it means that we go to a hotel, great. If it means that we, Scott's Seafood has a room, I think has some space that we could maybe ask for even a half-day use of their location. Like, let's be creative. We just can't do this in a expedited a schedule unless we can come in person. And so just wanted to throw that support out there. I'll meet you guys wherever you want to meet.
Okay, I appreciate that. If anybody does have some feedback on a space, then, please reach out to me or Caitlin directly, and we'll quickly explore it. But we can look at what's possible. If we can find a location before this Friday, then let's say it's a possibility. How's that?
I'll let other people speak, but I will do my best to help.
I do see another comment in the chat just also supporting finding a venue to host another meeting in person. I do see some hands up, and I'm not sure what those comments are. So maybe we'll move to the next one, and it might be in support of this.
And actually, Caitlin, let me just throw another question out for people as we're talking through this. If we were to do a hotel or something, that may, I want to check that having a hybrid option so that there's still an option for people who can't be here in person is important. But if you think that all in person is enough, please state that too. Because I think
let me clarify, Danielle. We would definitely make it hybrid. If we were to find a location, it would still be a hybrid option for people to dial in. We would make sure we have the AV to support that.
Okay, great. Thanks, Joanne.
Okay, so let's go to Ryan Miller. Ryan, go ahead.
Just want to do a voice check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Didn't get confirmation. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Kathleen's point, all I can say is samesies, but moving along from the in-person, putting the in-person aside, I'm still struggling a bit with the way that you're approaching this, because you've got a target date of December for a board approval. Is there a reason you can't just backdate from there to capture the minimum time frame that CAISO needs to develop a straw proposal, a revised proposal, and a final proposal? Because if we have the month of July or half of August to workshop this, you should be identifying those dates now so that stakeholders can prepare to engage accordingly. You've given us 5 days to give you a summary of our proposals, with the caveat that what we're proposing needs to align with the principles and the problem statements you've identified, and then a total of 7 days to present. That's a pinch, and I appreciate that you guys have acknowledged this, but I'd really rather you not wait until the 11th to see where things end up before you schedule another workshop, because then we're going to have to scramble again. It's taken us 2.5 days of working groups to get where we are today, which I think is a solid starting point, and I think you guys would agree, and I'd like to commend you on that point. We've had really good discussion, but we haven't touched solutions yet, and I'm anticipating that that's probably going to be more than a single working group. So why not go ahead and schedule that, or anticipate that we're going to need another one now? So I guess I'm kind of pushing you a bit and asking, why is this timeline, the full timeline, not drafted out yet?
I will tell you, Ryan, it has been drafted out in multiple versions and iterations. It is something that we are paying a lot of attention to, where the issue is we're hesitant to put something out there until we're fairly certain that it's going to be doable, not just for you, but also for us. So we don't want to put things out there that we're not going to be able to hold ourselves to, and we don't want to put something out there that's going to, that we know is going to be too much for you. So I'm asking you for just a couple more days on this, it is helpful feedback that you think another working group would be helpful. I think that's feedback that we haven't really, maybe we haven't invited it enough, but we haven't really discussed with you all. So knowing that there's some interest in a 4th working group session will help us finalize the next couple of steps of that timeline.
I would welcome others' thoughts on this. I would just say that, you know, after multiple years of stakeholder engagement in CAISO, I kind of have an idea of how these things tend to roll. And I'm using what you guys have done in other spaces as a comparison point. So hopefully, you know where I'm coming from that angle, because you've been really successful in other initiatives. Most recently, the Price Formation Initiative is another example where CAISO came out with stakeholders and said, this is the timeline, this is realistic, this is the minimum that we need to get something done. And then we kind of rolled from there on, okay, what realistic time do we have to get as much workshop and stakeholder input into the process as possible?
So Ryan, this is Joanne Serena from the ISO. I appreciate your feedback, and let me just add, you know, just a few comments there. You know, given the amount of potential reform that this initiative is striving for, we didn't want to necessarily make an assumption on the timeline. There's many times when we will work backwards from the target board date and define a schedule. And sometimes initiatives need longer than that. So we didn't want to just force fit a schedule. We really wanted to see how these working groups went and the feedback from stakeholders on how it's going, and then we will adjust. You know, many times we find ourselves in a situation where, you know, we've defined a schedule and then we are, you know, we force ourselves to meet it and we don't necessarily do it right. So our focus on this is to really make sure we do this right and we get everything possible up front in terms of stakeholder feedback and engagement. So I understand from your perspective, it's probably it's caused some confusion, but in the long run, you know, we sort of hope that, you know, this is the right approach.
I'll cede my time to others because I want to let other stakeholders provide feedback, but I appreciate your receptiveness to my comments, Joanne.
Okay, let's move to Jasmine Guan. Go ahead.
Hi there. This is Jasmine Guan from AES Clean Energy. Thank you so much for today's workshop. I just have a clarifying question. For the presentation on the 11th, can you guys provide a little bit of guidance in terms of what you guys are seeking from stakeholders? Are you guys seeking like full-fledged solution proposals, and like how much time do we have? I think that's a little bit unclear, of what's most helpful for the ISO staff.
Yeah, sure. And Caitlin, would you mind going back to the slides that we have on this from earlier in the day too, and I can provide some clarifications on that. So we did kind of just a show of hands earlier today to get a sense of how many proposals we might expect, and I think we got roughly 5. We'll give or take a couple, understanding that there may be some consolidated or new ideas that come up. So we're seeking summaries of the proposals by July 5th. We recognize that's right after a holiday weekend. We wanted to give you an extra day after the holiday to do that. These are just, the summaries of proposals are just coming in through the ISO stakeholder email address. So just submitted, not publicly, but to us, so that we have a sense of what to expect. And correct me if I'm wrong there, Caitlin or Joanne, on that. Then we're going to review the summaries to figure out how many there are, make sure that they align with the principles and problem statements, which I'm sure they will, because we've all spent a lot of time getting those into a good place. Then based on how many we have and our time for the day, we'll publish a proposed agenda that gives everyone equal time to present their proposals and builds in additional time
Do you have any other questions, Jasmine?
No, that's really helpful. I think I also do echo Ryan's messaging that maybe more workshops would be needed down the line after this workshop, given that it's kind of unclear how much time we have depending on how many people are presenting. So that kind of depends, that will result in like how much level of detail we present in our proposal as well. And yeah, just wanted to echo that as well, but thank you so much.
Thanks. I think we lost the room audio, is that right?
Yeah, I kind of lost it at the end, but I think I got one hangout at the end. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like we lost the audio in the room. So I'll just say that I think the feedback that more workshops is needed. We were sort of anticipating that. So in the spirit of doing this right, I think we'll be open to adding some more workshops to make sure we've got all the feedback from stakeholders, and stakeholders have had an opportunity to present various proposals as well. So we want to make sure we cover all of those.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay, it looks like we are troubleshooting some audio issues in the conference room.
Are there any other questions? I think Fernando had his hand up.
Yeah, let's go to Fernando. Go ahead. Can you hear us?
Fernando with SCE. I'm just a little, as far as the agenda today, did I miss something? I saw on the agenda from 2:45 to 3:30, we're going to do a discussion on data needs and viability. I know that we had an opportunity to submit questions or kind of follow-ups here in terms of what the CAISO can provide folks, but did we decide not to have the 2:45 to 3:30 segment on data availability and viability, or not sure when that's going to happen?
Danielle, can you hear us now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
We can hear you now.
All right, yeah, I can take that. Sorry, Fernando. We did do a quick discussion of that. We took a little bit of feedback, and we're happy to take more, but we didn't get a lot of comments back. So if you have additional thoughts on what might make a good survey question around data needs and what constitutes viability or when we should assess viability, we're more than open to that.
Okay, no, I didn't realize that they got folded into that very brief discussion, but thanks for that clarification. And then moving off of today's agenda and kind of the bigger picture, there's been a good conversation here in terms of timeline and goals in terms of when we should hopefully ultimately have some kind of closure or completion and presentation of the CAISO board for approval. And I thought I heard you say, Danielle, that this may slip till February, March, and I think we're all very mindful that didn't the FERC approve that the QC 15 phase 1 studies would start in roughly the April timeframe, and if that's the case, it seems like we're pretty locked into December. I'm not sure how we can push out this initiative for CAISO board approval into the February, March timeframe, and then submit this to the FERC for approval and actual implementation and applicability to Q cluster 15. It seems like we're a little locked into the end of year timeframe, but maybe you can expand on your thoughts on that.
Well, Fernando, this is Bob. Yeah, we're well aware of that. Originally, when the December timeframe was decided upon, was before we got into the process we are in now, which is the working group process. It was also before track 1 was completed, where we actually, within that, decided to re-pick up or re-engage with cluster 15, allowing new interconnection requests or revised interconnection requests in May of 2024, which is a month later than the original timeframe. We were thinking the beginning of April. Even with that, there may be some time, additional leeway beyond May. We're not sure, but ultimately, the ultimate solution that we come up with will decide that. But we definitely feel like we need that. December is pretty much at the point where it's no longer doable. And, and we've heard a lot of stakeholder comments that, while there's, I'm sure, significant interest to get cluster 15 going again, we're hearing a lot of stakeholders say, we got to get it right. And we agree with that. We got to take the time to get this right. This isn't a tweak to the existing process like we typically do in a NIPE. We're talking about, transformational changes. And like I said, we want to get that right. So We're looking at trying to, there is no January board meetings, so the next one's in February. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. It might even slide till March, but we'll just have to, play it by ear a little bit as we go through this to see how long it takes. It was brought up that another stake or working group meeting might be needed before we get into the straw proposal process. So it's a little bit squishy at this point, and we're just going to have to, I think, play it by ear a little bit to see how long it takes us to get to that straw proposal to where everybody's really ready to say, yes, I had my appropriate say in what this straw proposal looks like.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. And I would agree that we want to get it right. We don't want to, try to implement something that's half baked or not fully developed. But and so it's your understanding or your interpretation, there is the ability for us to push back the reinitiation of the Q Cluster 15 beyond April. I don't recall the exact language. You're saying it could, that could happen.
Yeah, the tariff language that we filed with FERC said that we would re-engage with Cluster 15 May 1st.
May 1st. I thought it was April. Okay. Well, it's still pretty tight, but thanks, Bob.
Okay. Ryan Miller, did you have a follow-up comment or question?
Yeah, this is Ryan from NextEra. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I think I'm getting a little confused now because I thought we were holding tight to the December deadline, and now I'm hearing talk about pushing or potential pushing back of Cluster 15. So are you saying that that's a possibility that we'll explore through this process, or are we now not targeting December? Can you clarify for me? Sorry if it's just me that's confused.
So there's not great clarity on this, Ryan. So thanks for trying to get some clarity on this. This is Danielle. We absolutely want to address this in time to deal with Cluster 15. So that is our number one goal. We are looking at how much flexibility we have in terms of getting this to the board in time to do that. And so with the May 1st deadline that Bob just mentioned, we are thinking through whether it's possible to extend this beyond December. And if so, how we can do that, but still leave ourselves enough room to move this through to FERC in time to address Cluster 15. So I know that that's not the crystal clear response that you were looking for, but that's the internal discussion that we are having right now. And a part of the reason that we haven't been able to give you a very clear time frame of next steps is because we are, frankly, concerned that we have so much to address in this initiative that pushing it to December is going to be very challenging, and we don't want to publish those dates or hold you to those dates if we know we're not going to be able to meet them collectively. So that's what we're working on. We are taking it very seriously. We understand it's summer, and everyone needs certainty in schedules, and things change from day to day. So if you can give us till the end of the week or something, just to give you a sense of when the next workshops will be, when we expect the posting, and what board meeting we're working toward, that would be really helpful, and we'll hopefully produce something that is very workable for all of us.
I appreciate that, Danielle. And if it helps, I think NextEra is fully committed and supports pursuing December and doing whatever we can to make that deadline. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks. Let's move to Andrew Webster.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Go ahead, the line is unmuted.
Hi, this is Andrew from QCells. I just wanted to ask a hypothetical question. So if the general plan is to have reforms done in December, but there's also the possibility that might get pushed back, is there also the possibility that Cluster 15 could resume without reforms in place? That's my question. Thank you.
Well, this is, I think the short answer is no. And the longer answer would be that we've got 550 cluster 15 interconnection requests. If we were to try to move forward under the existing procedures, we'd have to extend the timeline to do cluster 15 the way we did cluster 14. And I would anticipate we'd need not only an additional year like we did with cluster 14, but an additional possible 2 years based on, and that's just meeting the timelines that we dealt with cluster 14. So I just really don't see moving forward with cluster 15 under the current tariff guidelines without extending it in a fashion that nobody would like. You know, not only would developers not like it, procurement entities need projects, or will, I mean, I guess that's debatable. We got a lot of projects coming out of 14, but I'm sure cluster 15 projects and developers don't want to wait another couple of years for their information. And so if we have to delay things a little bit in order to get this process done, I think that's time well spent, and it will produce a process, and I'm convinced will be much more efficient, and we'll be able to get through cluster 15 in a manner that is appropriate and timely.
Okay, let's move to Susan Schneider.
Yeah, Susan Schneider. I guess I don't really see. I guess I wanted to support what you just said, because if you start the process again and you haven't yet decided even who's going to be studied, for example, and it's possible that some projects may not be studied or may be studied, you know, and relegated to group 2, whatever that means, or what, you know. If people don't know the status of their project or whether they're in certain zones or where in any of that, and whether they're going to be studied, you've got basically May, you start up again in May, and you've got a 3-month process till the end of September where you're going to do the validation, and then people can modify their projects. And it's just, people, I think, need to know what the status is of their project and whether it will be moving forward and in what group or under what rules before they can, you know, start in on the validation process and basically invest more resources in these projects without even knowing if they're going to be allowed to move forward or not. I think that would be a really difficult process for people to go through.
Yeah, just so you know, yeah, we're not considering moving forward with cluster 15. I guess I'm not really sure where your position was within that, Susan. Are you
Oh, no,
advocating...
my position was that the question was whether possibly the cluster 15 might move ahead without these reforms. And right. I think unless my thought was, I mean, maybe if the reforms aren't in place yet, but you've already filed them, I don't know. I mean, there may be some in-between status that might happen there, but people do have to have some idea with their projects of once you start the validation process and you've got 3 months in there for modification, where, you know, 3 or 4 months in there for modifications people can make. Before people invest more time and energy, they need to know what the rules will be. So I don't know if they've been filed but they haven't been approved yet and they're not contested, or maybe that's okay, but we couldn't just sort of start in and then have the reforms come later or decide on later. Yeah. Because people wouldn't know before, you know, they've already invested a lot of money having their projects sit there for a year. I think they would need to know before they spend more money and more effort and more resources, knowing to at least know whether their projects have a good chance of moving ahead.
Right. Okay. I understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Andrew Webster, did you have a follow-up comment? I see your hand is still raised. Okay, it looks like his hand went down. So there's no other comments at this time.
Okay, I did want to make one additional clarification too on the process for looking at summaries and presenting summaries on the 11th. We are seeking summaries of the proposals by email on the 5th, but we are not seeking the accompanying slides for those until the date, 2 days before the workshop. So because these working groups are so tight, our intent is to try to post all of your slides for your proposals or whatever materials you have the day before, as we've been trying to do for our materials. So while we would like your summaries on the 5th, you don't have to provide your slides until the morning of the, or until the 9th or the morning of the 10th. And we can get those posted in the evening of the 10th so that everyone can review by the 11th. So just wanted to clarify that. And again, we're hoping, well, we were hoping for comments to be due on July 25th, but if we're adding another working group probably that week, then we'll do 2 weeks out from that. So please stay tuned for a more detailed agenda by the end of this week, for a more detailed schedule by the end of the week. And with that, I think we can wrap up. Caitlin, I don't know if you want to go to the final slide, if there's anything more to discuss.
No, we can wrap up today's meeting. I do see a comment just asking for that email to send your notes to. So again, if you need any of today's materials, including today's presentation or the video recording, that'll be found at that first link shown on the slide. And then if you have any questions or comments regarding the proposals and next steps, send those to ISO Stakeholder Affairs at CAISO.com, and I'll get them to the team to review. So with that, we'll close the meeting today. I'll give you back a half hour of your time, and thank you for your participation. We'll see you at the next working group.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.